I would say he's incompetent, but I don't want to do that because that's not nice.
Thanks, Donny. Thanks for being nice. You're the nicest person ever. You know those non-business meetings you will be having with your bubbles in a COVID-safe way? Well, you're going to get wet.
Oh, no.
Grey skies and heavy rain are here to stay. You'll be dreaming of a dry Christmas. There's going to be rain tomorrow, and the rain will be followed by drizzle.
Oh, fabulous.
But, and it's a huge, giant, wobbly but, it will be quite warm. Highs of 10 degrees centigrade in the south and 7 degrees centigrade in the north. Wherever that is. Sunday will be more consistently wet and windy. The rain could be heavy at times, but the rain may stop in some places to be replaced by showers. Got so many different names for rain. It's all going to get you wet. It will be wet, but it is getting warmer. Didn't I read just the other day that this is going to be the coldest December in history?
Yes.
Do they know what they're talking about?
No.
No, it doesn't seem so, no. Temperatures on Sunday, highs of 9 degrees centigrade in the north, 13 centigrade in the south. I'll figure that out for you in patriotic British Fahrenheit. None of this foreign European centigrade rubbish. We want our temperature in Fahrenheit and our pairs weighed in feet. We have the very best temperature scale in this country, much better than the French and much better than the Belgians and much better than the Americans, because we're a much better country than every single one of them. Never mind about being in the cabinet. That bloke's a grown-up. Can you believe it?
No.
13 centigrade in Fahrenheit is, well, let me see if I can work this out. You multiply by 9 and divide by 5 and then add 32. So, 13, no, wait. I can't do 13. I'll do 9. Shall I do 9?
Yes.
9 divided by 5. No, wait. You multiply by 9 and divide by 5 and add 32. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. 9 times 9 is 108. And 108 divided by 5 is... 5 into 100 is 50. Plus 32. 50 plus 32. 50 plus 32, 92. Wow. It's going to be 92 degrees Fahrenheit on Sunday. Can you believe that?
No.
It comes after a very cold week, which saw temperatures drop to minus 4.3 centigrade in England. Don't ask me to work that out in Fahrenheit. I might get it wrong. Minus 4.3 centigrade in England on Tuesday in Little Rissington in Gloucestershire, which is obviously a made-up name. No such place exists. And it went down to minus 5.4 in the Highlands at Tulloch Bridge, which sounds borderline rude. Tulloch Bridge sounds like one of those perverted yoga positions.
Disgusting.
Very wet on Monday, and the rain is going to be heaviest in the Wales and Scotland and northwest England, but particularly and especially in Glasgow, as usual. I can check on that while you wait. Oh, my God. So here is your forecast for Glasgow. Raining tonight and raining tomorrow, and raining on Sunday, and raining on Monday, and raining on Tuesday, and raining on Wednesday, and raining on Thursday, and raining on Friday, and raining on Saturday, and raining next Sunday, and raining on Monday, and raining on Tuesday, and... or not raining on Wednesday the 23rd. Pfft, rubbish. And then raining on on the Thursday the 24th. So there you are. Why does it always rain on me? Mountains, probably. It's probably got something to do with science. So, where was I? Oh, yeah, Tulloch Bridge. Tulloch Bridge.
Disgusting.
Very wet on Monday, and the rain is going to be heaviest here, there, and everywhere, baby. Would you like to know the long-range weather forecast? Christmas, New Year, the lot.
No.
Monday and Tuesday, breezy with sunny spells and showers. And then, from the 16th to the 25th of December, Jesus' birthday, it's going to be unsettled at the start of the period, blustery showers, brighter spells with maybe snow over the mountains. Blimey, if it's a bit further down than the top of the mountains, this entire country is going to fall flat in its face. A little light dusting of snow. Every year it catches us out. We're like, winter? Who could have predicted that? Meanwhile, people in Sweden have to dig themselves out of their own house every morning. There's so much snow, and they carry on, completely as usual, doing hot Swedish things to each other. So where did I get to? Oh yeah, blustery showers, brighter spells, snow over the mountains. And then, towards Christmas, milder and windy. More settled conditions around about Christmas itself, except for Glasgow, which will get its own weather. Temperatures are likely to be around average for the time of year. And then Boxing Day to the 9th of January. The 9th of January, that's a whole nother year. I think I'm not completely satisfied with this last year. I'm expecting a lot more from next year, which is completely unreasonable. There's no basis to have such an expectation. I mean, we've just passed through a random point in space. It doesn't mean anything, For the last week of the year, rainy and windy, with maybe some snow here, there, and everywhere, baby. And then in 2021, maybe more settled conditions, drier weather and sunshine. Temperatures likely to be slightly above average for this time of year. Above average for the time of year? We'll take it! Simon in Beaconsfield's text, the UK stock market hasn't tanked, and neither has sterling. Why do you feel you have to lie to booster your view of Brexit? Why not be honest, he says. I'm a what now? Liar! That's completely incorrect in every respect. The UK stock market has tanked, as has sterling. What are you talking about, man? Why do you have to lie to bolster your view of Brexit? There you are, back at ya. Brexiteers, of course, are sick of all of this winning. Isn't that right?
No.
In more news of winning, the potential of a no-deal Brexit saw the value of the pound plummet today against the euro and the US dollar. Not because of anything. But that's okay, because we've got the best money, in this country, much better than the French, much better than the Belgians, much better than the Americans, because we're a much better country than every single one of them. I may never tire of doing that. That guy. I mean, really. The look of effervescent delight on his face as he was delivering that line, as though that was a knockout punch to the rest of the world. Oh, it is deeply embarrassing. Am I the only one who is deeply embarrassed by our current administration? Is it just me? I mean, Benny Hill was trending on Twitter. I mean, I know that Twitter don't mean nothing, but Benny Hill was trending on Twitter the other day, and I thought, maybe he's died again. But apparently not. No, he was trending on Twitter, was Benny Hill, because our current premier was this spitting bloomin' image of him.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
As he was standing next to that bloke. And Ursula von der Leyen, both of whom looked, like business people, like successful business people. And our bloke and the portly fella next to him looked like they'd slept the night in a skip. Like they'd combed the town for a hotel that could put them up for the night, and they couldn't find a single bed. So one of them slept in a skip, and the other slept on the bench in a bus shelter. Oh my God, how deeply embarrassing. I mean, I know that Boris's whole act is that sort of bumbling fool thing in order to take people's eyes off the fact that he's actually, in his own words, did he say a nasty piece of work? Something like that. Like more or less, nasty piece of work.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, that's an act. Hard as nails, that's I think the phrase he came out with. Eddie Mayer called him a nasty piece of work. Yes. Right, see, it's not just me. Completely correct in every respect, Eddie Mayer. When did he do that?
On TV several years ago.
On TV several... Right, so we're really hot with the latest news here. Latest update. Something that happened years ago on another medium. But, oh my God, the pictures. I mean, Ursula von der Leyen and that other bloke, you know, whose name escapes me for the moment, it's because I've been avidly interested in the whole process.
Boring.
Oh, my God, when's it going to be over? They were standing there, and Ursula von der Leyen and that other bloke looked like successful business people. I know I'm repeating myself, but it's I just can't get over it. They did. They looked like they looked like they ran a company. Like people would be paying attention to their every word. Our lot, on the other hand, looked like a middle manager in an office block in Slough, who had been passed over for promotion his entire life because of, you know...
Yeah. Wait a minute.
That. Where was I? Oh, yeah. I was propping up my case for my suggestion that the stock market tanked and has sterling, because Simon in Beaconsfield is very, very upset about it, because he's one of these people who's put his heart and soul and his hat, coat, scarf and boots. He's bet the lot on Brexit delivering sunny uplands. And absolutely flat out and totally will not admit that he's been had, because that would be too much loss of face. So he's digging his heels in, and he's going to dismiss all contrary evidence that comes his way, including actual real-life facts, like the stock market tanked and has sterling, you know, the pound in your pocket. I can't remember the last time I walked out of the house with money. I haven't got a penny on me. What are tramps doing these days? Oh, excuse me, mister. Have you got 10 pence?
No.
And furthermore...
No.
Do you take credit cards? Nobody's got any money anymore. And if... because there was the gradual creeping in of the cashless society before the invisible menace came our way, and I thought, you know, this is part of their evil plan... to control it, and already I'm starting to don my tinfoil hat. I'm becoming one of those people. Did you know that the Queen is a shape-shifting alien? That's actually true. Yeah, but I thought the ridding us of actual real-life cash money is a way of control. That is indisputable. The authorities know what you've spent, where you've spent it, how much you paid, and can probably predict what you will do in the future based on that fact. You know, it'll get rid of paying the plumber in cash and, you know, all of that stuff. Yeah, never mind about...
Want to score some pot?
All of that will be gone. And I thought it's going to come in, you know, about 10 years, 20 years, something like that. They're gradually weaning us off money and making us addicted to plastic, which has, of course, the added benefit of not seeming like you're spending any money. The banks just love the concept of no cash money, because you don't hand money over at the counter. It doesn't seem like it actually costs anything. It's magic. You just boop and go. You just wave your card over the machine and it goes... Wouldn't it be great if it did that? Instead of this, some disconsolate and desolate boop. If it did that, boy, you'd be out there spending money like a drunken sailor. You'd be buying stuff just to hear it go bong. This text says 2021 is going to look like 1921. Yeah, no, it won't. Absolutely will not look anything of the sort, because in 1921 they had Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers. And what have we got? Z-list famous people you've never heard of, squeezed into a spangled jumpsuit, clomping about the stage like they rolled an elephant in glitter and shot spangles all over it. That's not like 1921. Anyway, Simon in Beaconsfield said, to recap, the UK stock market hasn't tanked and neither has sterling. And then said, liar, 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 pants on fire, which is completely incorrect in every respect. In the months up to the referendum date, the pound was worth €1.42. Now it's worth $1.10. That's a winning drop of about a quarter. A quarter! has dropped off the value of the pound against the euro. But don't despair, because that's just against the smelly euro. It's probably done much better against the friendly dollar, what with a very nice person to the UK in the White House. You know, Donito Mussolini. But sadly not, because just before the referendum you could get $1.70 to the pound, and now it's down to $1.32. Also down a quarter.
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Don. If that's not tanked, I don't know what is. Still, it's only money. Who cares about that? And as the financial implications of Boris Johnson's failed negotiations... Hey, we're still not missing you, Mrs. M, by the way. Kick off your comedy clown shoes. Put your feet up. Relax. You deserve it. As the financial implications of Boris Johnson's failed negotiations are coming into view, as people who run businesses are beginning to think, well, maybe we will do the stupidest thing that any country has ever done to itself and make an enemy of our biggest trading partner. The pound could drop further as the Brexit deal deadline nears. And I bet a considerable number of people that coincidentally are Tory donors and are Brexit backers from their offshore financial bolt holes will be waking up with gold in their mouths and in their bank accounts and in their safes and stuffed in their mattresses, because I bet the bet will have paid off. While we suffer through what's bound to be 20 years of misery, they'll be clinking their glasses together on the poop deck, congratulating themselves on a job well done. On the poop deck. And all it took was some old guff about sunny uplands and vague promises of taking back control and a bit of flag waving, and Bob's your uncle. 0345 6060 973. Text 84. I hope that answers your questions, by the way, Simon, in Beaconsfield, about the stock market and the value of sterling. Did I mention the stock market? Morgan Stanley said it expects the FTSE 250 index to drop 6 to 10%. if Britain fails to agree a trade deal with the European Union. It said shares of UK banks will fall on their expectation between 10 and 20% in a no-deal scenario. But, you know, Morgan Stanley are just an investment bank holding $517,7,806,000 in their portfolio. What do they know about money? Against you, Simon in Beaconsfield, an expert. Let's have Reading. Hello, Jasmine.
Hiya.
Jasmine.
Hello.
Hello.
Emergency, everybody get to street.
Yes.
Emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
Yes, that's government policy now.
Yeah, that's a perfect sound effect for how Brexit's going at the moment, or how it has been from the very beginning.
Right. Do we have to get from the street because of Brexit?
I think we'll probably have to end up going to a bunker at this rate.
Yeah. Well, at least sitting in a dark corner with a cushion over our heads.
Yeah, pretending everything's okay and Boris and his chums can run through the sunny uplands.
And humming to ourselves. And, you know, coming out for the occasional sip of refreshment. Booze.
Yeah, don't forget the flag, wrapping ourselves in the Union Jack. And what else is there? Wrapping ourselves in the Union Jack and any other patriotic crap.
Something about fish.
Yes. Wait.
Have you heard the latest about fish? Oh my God, it just keeps getting worse and worse. I'll come to that in a minute.
Yeah, I think it's 25,000 people in the British fishing industry, and it's 0.1% of the economy that's holding the rest of the country for ransom. Yeah,
well, it's not holding the rest of the country to ransom at all. Don't blame it on the fisher people. They're not a part of this at all.
On the fishing industry, sorry. I'm blaming it on the politicians for using it as a smokescreen for all the other rubbish.
Correct, Amundo.
Here we go. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I think you got it in a nutshell. You've been paying attention.
Oh, yeah, I'm a bit of a politics nerd.
Right. Okay, well, then we've spoken plenty long enough then. All right, thanks a lot, Jasmine. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Just before the news, let me remind you about the podcast that I do with Carol McGiffin.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? I know that you are, as we all are these days, desperately in need of a laugh, and it's got laughs in it. It's got laughs in it right up to its eyeballs. The idea is that Carol McGiffin and I try to solve people's problems. If you want us to solve your problem, then send it to the following address, nickandcarol@global.com. That's nickandcarol@global.com. And we will do our utmost to address your issue.
Oh, right, yeah.
We have a lot of fun doing it. I think you will be amused. Ask for it by name where they do good podcasts or on an internet near you. What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol is the name of it. Here's a call in Ashford, Milan.
Nick, a long time. How are you?
I am great, mate. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. My letter is B, or am I too early for the A to Z?
Yeah, a little bit too early, yeah.
Oh, okay, a little bit too early. What I was going to say is that my prediction in the next few days is going to be really embarrassing to hear the PR campaign. EU are bullies, all that. So you get the usual suspects being wheeled out in front of the media, including LBC, BBC, Sky, and they'll come out with absolute nonsense without being challenged.
Hurrah for Britain, we're the best. Because, I don't know, we're Britain. That should be enough for you.
Yeah, and it'd be the usual fantastic hits, like, things were great in the 18th century, and in the 1970s they were great, and we won the war alone.
Yeah, that's right.
And the French are treating us really badly. They're trying to punish us.
Yeah, they're being mean.
They're being mean, and you'll get all of that, and one only hopes that a host or an interviewer actually relays facts and details, but no one really cares about facts and details. It's too complicated.
Yeah, that ship sailed.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's almost anything's turned into like a religion now. Brexit, where
long time ago, it's not a religion; it's a cult.
Yes, thou shalt not speak about details and facts, or query or scrutinise. You shall have to drink the Kool-Aid and follow everything to a T.
Yeah.
And if you do question anything, then you're a heretic.
Traitor.
Yeah.
You're an enemy of the people.
It's almost as like what the witches went through in the Salem witch trials.
Yeah.
Right? So it's going to be really, really embarrassing to see which Labour politician is going to come out with the biggest barefaced lies, and I've my bets on a few.
I expect it'll be a tie because they all just get their information delivered to them on an email the night before. They all have to go to trudge around to go in front of cameras and on people's shows, and they all just spout the same old stuff over and over and over again, like they've learnt it parrot fashion.
Yeah, exactly. And I think within a few weeks, I think you'll see Nigel Farage making his comeback.
Oh my God.
Well, yeah, if I did it this way or if I did it that way, then things would have been better. But I'm just going to be a backseat driver and come out with absolute nonsense. So I think the next 3 days you're going to see all that, which is going to be really, really embarrassing. And you just part
of me still expects us to capitulate, but call it a win. We'll actually prostrate ourselves on the floor and crawl across the carpet and ask Ursula von der Leyen's permission to beg for them to give us anything, just in order for us not to crash into the wall. And then call it a win. We triumphed over the perfidious French.
That's actually a really fair assessment, actually, because I have a sneaky feeling that Johnson will agree something at the last minute. He'll rub through his red lines. He'll say to everyone, can't actually scrutinise this because we have to put it in at the last minute. So, but here's the deal. And when people scrutinise it in January, they'll say to Johnson, hold on a minute, you've gone back on your word. And by that time, Johnson will go, well, I'm going to resign now. I'm going to resign to spend more time with my ego. And then Michael Gove will Michael Gove will
Oh
come in.
my God! No, it couldn't possibly. Not it. No. And
Yeah.
furthermore,
No.
Prime Minister Gove. Oh my God! No.
Prime Minister Gove. And Nick, if you don't pledge your allegiance to Prime Minister Gove, then you're not being patriotic.
Yeah.
And
you will suffer the consequences. Yeah, no doubt.
and Brexiteers are going to phone you and say, well, you should move to France, Nick.
If you don't like it.
If you don't like it here, move to France.
Yes. Well, I think that's a preview of next year. Yeah, which doesn't sound like it's going to be considerably better than this year. Oh well, never mind. But there's always 2023.
2023.
Let's just skip ahead a few years and see what that's like, shall we?
Oh, but that's after the World Cup, and hopefully by then cinemas will reopen, so I can go back to the cinema.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
you haven't seen any good films lately, have you?
No, I tried to watch Blade Runner 2 again, but my initial assumption was correct. It is rubbish. It is unwatchable. I mean, the pictures looked all right, but it's just 2 hours of Ryan staring out the window. It's absolutely awful.
I haven't seen Blade Runner. Is it any good?
Are you kidding me?
I haven't seen Blade Runner. No,
You've never seen Blade Runner?
I've never seen Blade Runner. Is it good?
I'm speechless. How old are you?
I'm probably about the same age, you and I. I'm early 40s.
Early 40s, and he's never seen Blade Runner. Well, I'm giving you homework, and it's just that. Plus, see me after class. 03. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. How can you have not seen Blade Runner? I suppose there's people who haven't seen all sorts. People who haven't seen Apocalypse Now. There's people who haven't seen, the biggies, Star Wars. There's people who haven't seen that. There's people who probably haven't heard Dark Side of the Moon.
Rock and roll!
Yeah, well, you got a treat. You have a treat coming up. Robert texts, Nick, there is a national herb crisis going on. Is there? We're running out of time. Is this a joke? We're running out of time, THYME, and there's no dill. What does that mean? If that's a joke, I don't get it. What does he mean there's no dill?
Dill's a herb, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
There's a national herb crisis, running out of time, no dill.
Yeah. But the dill part is supposed to be the punchline. But that bit's not funny. We're running out of time. If you put the full stop there. Oh, dill. Oh. Funny, no?
No.
Marion tweets. God, I was already depressed. Milana's just finished me off. Gove for PM. Yes. Can you imagine? That face hoving into view on a daily basis. Anyway, Morgan Stanley, we might not actually get that far because the entire economy is going to blow up in our faces. Morgan Stanley, money experts, said it expects the FTSE 250 index to drop about up to 10% if Britain fails to agree a trade deal with the European Union before the end of a transition period. 10%. Wow. And if you think, wow, that's not much, then leave your front door open and I'll come over and take 10% of your stuff. It said shares of UK banks are going to fall between 10 and 20% in a no-deal scenario. And that's where all the money is, honey. And Morgan Stanley, by the way, just shifted $120 billion in assets out of this country and into Germany, which is mad because, winning. I think it's bizarre. I mean, I suspect that business persons have all this time expected that we will get a deal. All this bluster and bluff from Bozo and his chums is just to keep the Tories' fans happy. I get the feeling that business people haven't really addressed the idea of no deal because they couldn't imagine the scenario in which a British politician would let that happen. All that, taking back control and no deal's better than a bad deal and they need us more than we need them. It's just a load of hot air that politicians belch out to keep Brexiters happy. They don't mean it. And business people know that they don't mean it. And so they haven't really, I suspect they have not really made plans for such a scenario, thinking, well, what kind of raving idiot would engineer that scenario?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Well, it's time to wake up and make for the exits, business persons, because Bozo's the driver. So it's like they've just woken from their slumber with minutes to go. And banks are freaking out. The US investment bank Morgan Stanley said the value of our top 250 businesses will plummet, banks will take a devastating hit, and so will insurance, real estate, and house building stocks. And you know what all that is? Services. And services make up 80% of our economy. Because Margaret Thatcher, you remember her, don't you?
No!
Yes, that's her. Margaret Thatcher thought that it would be a good idea to put all our eggs in the financial finagling basket, because, that's where the cash is. And now we don't make much of anything anymore, and we're totally reliant on the funny money business. And that's looking like it's going to be in intensive care, hooked up to a ventilator.
Oh, no.
And it might have been just about survivable if it was just a no-deal Brexit. I mean, that would have been bad enough. It would have made the last 10 years of austerity look like a picnic, but we'll just about get through. But it's on top of the virus thing, this invisible menace. Last year the Bank of England did a stress test to the banks, and they found that all of the top lenders in Britain would be able to weather the worst-case scenario of a no-deal Brexit, or a financial crisis which cut deeper than the 2008 crash. But now we're probably going to get both at the same time. It's not an either or, it's both at the same time. And those years of austerity, they'll seem like the good old days. And all because of something about fish, which counts for almost nothing at all, economically speaking, practically zero. Oh, and our insistence that we should be able to divert from standards that we have said we will never do. Think about that for a moment. It's about fish, which nobody cares about. Previous to this issue, not one single person gave the slightest thought to the fishing industry, particularly the Conservative Party. They couldn't have cared less. They couldn't find Grimsby on a map with a sat-nav. But the other part of it is, we've got to make our own laws. And you'll ask a Brexiter what law they're most aggrieved at having to follow, and there'll be an echoing silence, followed by, all of them. Meaning they've got no idea. And the standards of employment and not poisoning people by making children's toys out of asbestos, those kind of standards, which we have already said in this country. This government has insisted that it's blue in the face, that it will not deviate from those standards. It will not be a race to the bottom. They've said that over and over again. So what are they complaining about? We're going to take back control. Take back control. We'll take back control, all right. We'll take control of one of those clown cars that the wheels fall off and the bonnet blows off when it comes into the ring. One of those clown cars. With the clown in chief.
Here we go. Okay.
But other than that, everything's fine. Yes, I've mostly been waiting for a bloke called Steve who is in Catford. Steve.
Hello, Nick. Yes. Well, cracky, aren't we in a state?
A right to do.
Yes.
What is it? Red and green and yellow and blue, purple and orange and pink.
Well, it's a vote that never should have taken place in the first place.
Here we go.
I know, I don't want to go through the whole thing again, but it was based on emotion and...
Buses.
Racism.
Buses.
And
buses.
Buses. And horrible, nasty, xenophobic feelings.
Who are you thinking of in particular?
We've got a few idiots in our party.
Well, yeah, him. God, hopefully he's disappeared forever. Like a
Yeah,
little,
right. That's
tiny little.
that's
you know,
likely.
Have you seen The
Yes.
Incredible Shrinking Man?
No, I have not.
That film. Oh, it's a great film. That's Nigel Farage, hopefully shrinking into nothingness. But I'm not some sort of
Yes, you are.
lefty that. Hey, I just think this is the biggest mistake this country's ever made. Ever. It's
Ever?
a stupid thing to do.
What do you mean by ever?
Well, I mean, we didn't have a choice in World War II, did we? Or whatever, you know? No, we
Oh, boy, that was fantastic. Oh, did I get it on you? Oh. I'm sorry, Steve, but I need a cigarette and a lie down.
Yeah.
What?
We could have chosen with something that was relatively successful, not great, but I mean, and then all the emotion and the lies and the deceit.
Yeah, never mind though, eh?
You know, and now we're here, and crikey, I don't know. I mean, the politicians won't be within a million miles of it in 5 years' time when
they will have all gone and be enjoying their taxpayer-funded pensions, which will be topped up to the tune of about £1 million a year by just taking on non-jobs. So they lend their name and their title, of course, to some dodgy
Lords or
some dodgy financial finagler, something like that. They'll all acquire 10 jobs, which coincidentally don't actually need them to show up for work ever, each of which will pay $100,000, and they'll put their names on the headed notepaper and put their feet up and smoke a cigar for the rest of their lives. They'll be just fine.
I mean, one tiny little root of sort of green. What they shoots of
green shoot,
optimism,
yes,
is we cannot blame Muslims, we cannot blame Polish people or Romanian people or the people that keep this economy going. That if they all left,
I think it's probably Jeremy Corbyn's fault. Jeremy Corbyn's fault.
Yeah, who can we blame for this?
I'm thinking about you.
Me.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take it.
Okay. Well, there you go. You'll take it. It's a tremendous result. Thanks a lot, Steve. We appreciate it. Angry Panini tweets, isn't it funny how when we bellowed to the EU that we wanted to leave, they told us, no, don't. We're stronger as a union. Only for Scotland to suggest leaving the UK, and we said, no, don't. We're stronger as a union. Well, these are just facts, Mr. Panini, which it is unhelpful to restate. Glenn in Tipton says, Nick, what's your problem? In a few weeks' time, we'll be an independent nation again and can make our own decisions and destiny. A few bumps in the road is to be expected. Bumps. Yeah, it's one of those Mount Everest-sized bumps. Surrounded by landmines, just bumps like that. We can make our own decisions and destiny. Well, okay. I mean, I know I'm not speaking to you directly in person, but I just throw it out there. Which decisions that have been made on our behalf, in your opinion, do you most chafe against? I'll make it really easy for you. Name one. Your answer must not include the sentence, all of them. This says, I wish the hello man would call in to divulge his opinion on a no-deal Brexit. Yeah, well, I'm glad that he's keeping it to himself.
Oh, hello.
Because I think I'd have a fairly good idea of where he sits. Let's see if I can squeeze one in before the new news. Oscar Shamner, Southeast Sweden. Robert.
Hi, Nick. Oh, you pronounce it even any better now than the last time. You're becoming a Swede.
Practice makes perfect. Oscar Shamner. Yeah.
Oskarshamn.
No, I don't think so. It's Oscar Shamner.
Yeah, that's good.
See?
Then you can come here and live here. It's okay.
I could pass as a Swedish, me. I just need to
Yeah.
grow about another 2 feet and paint my hair yellow. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, here we have 4 meters of snow, and we have blonde women in bikinis in roller skates on the, diving in the snow.
Really?
No, that's not disgusting. That's great.
No, it's just
So
Swedish.
Yeah, that's every winter, so we get used to it.
NFS, normal for Sweden.
Yeah, NFS. Yeah, but we are really sad to see you going.
No, you're not.
Yes, we are, because I have been follow this, because I listen to Swedish talk radio on the days, and I listen to LBC in the
Swedish talk radio. That sounds fascinating.
Boring.
Oh my God! What do you talk
yeah,
about all day
yeah.
long? Herring.
Much science and
Hygge.
climate and
Hot tips for having intimate hygge with each other.
Disgusting.
All that kind of thing.
yeah, exactly. Very, very. So, but they have some news programs that are really good. So they have, but they have discussed this Brexit thing, and I follow it. So now this last days, and I thought when I heard that Boris Johnson was going to fly over and eat dinner with Ursula von der Leyen in the last minute, and I thought, oh my God! And in the show on the Swedish radio, they were talking about, what they're going to eat tonight? Are they going to eat that or that salad? And of course they ate fish.
Yeah, of course they ate fish.
Yeah, and I was so laughing because I heard your show last week.
Yeah, but it wasn't English fish. We didn't, or British fish, I should say, because we catch mackerel and herring around these parts. You try serving that to a British person, and they'll give it to their dog, and the dog won't even like it. Stanley texts, Michael Goad reminds me of the Milky Bar Kid. Yes, I can see that. Yeah, except that he's not strong and tough. I bet you couldn't open a bar of Milky Bar without help. Well, you know who couldn't open a water bottle without insistence.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Not insistence, assistance. Sat there trying to open a plastic bottle of water, and then had to give it to his mates to open it. I say, can you open this for me? Celia in Hackney says, I've never watched The Sound of Music. What? Well, there'll probably be the opportunity of doing just that on New Year's Day. I betcha. They'll put something on to soothe the mind on New Year's Day, because everybody will have been thoroughly refreshed the night before.
Booze.
Although, have you heard the bad news? I'll come to that in a minute as well. Very, very bad news. Awful. They didn't say anything about New Year's Eve for the longest time, and I thought, have they forgotten that it's coming? Like the government forgets that winter is on the way every blooming year, and the slightest dusting of snow, and the entire country collapses, puts its palm to its forehead, and goes into a Victorian fainting fit. You can still see the grass poking through the snow, and yet the whole country comes to a halt, because we were surprised, again, by the onset of winter. But yet New Year's Eve is cancelled.
Oh, no.
Cancelled. They've cancelled New Year's Eve. I wonder if that means that I'll be able to actually drive into town for the first time in, I can't remember how long, but like ever. Are they going to be closing the roads? Because there's no reason why they would, because pubs and bars and such and so on aren't going to be able to open past, is it 10 or 11? I don't know, something about tears and bubbles. Nobody's paying any attention anymore. Let's have Gloucester. Noel.
Hiya, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Oh, yeah. One thing I can mention about the EU was the TPD rules that came in over vaping. Basically, what they did is they...
Raping? Did you say raping?
Vaping.
Oh, vaping.
Vaping.
Right.
Tobacco
That makes
tobacco
more sense.
Product,
Yeah.
corrective. Basically, what they did is they said that you're only allowed to have real small bottles of liquid. That put the price up of vaping. Also, smaller tanks. And I watched this right from the beginning when it came out because, I mean, I was diagnosed with COPD and I started vaping.
Right, is that wise?
And I was following through different companies what was going on.
Can I just ask you, from a medical perspective, you have COPD, chronic something
obstructive pulmonary
disease.
Right.
Yes, but you continue to smoke. Is that wise?
I vape.
Yeah,
No,
that's
I
smoking.
vape.
That's smoking.
Well, can I just say something about vaping
No.
quickly? Right, I had an X-ray where I was diagnosed with it.
Mm-hmm.
I have an X-ray every 6 months. I've been vaping 5 years, and it has not changed. It's not got any worse. Okay, so
Has it got any better?
COPD never does get better. The damage is done. And like Macmillan's Trust with the cancer, they advise vaping.
I bet they advise not smoking at all.
Yes, if you've never smoked, don't start vaping.
Yeah, or just
But
give
if
up.
you
Just
smoke,
stop vaping.
But if you do smoke, then go on to vaping.
No, don't.
I mean,
If you do smoke, just stop smoking.
But it's easier said than done.
No, it isn't. Just do it.
Well, it is.
No, it isn't.
Well, it's not. It is. Anyway,
No, it isn't.
I mean, it's all going off.
You either want to stop
with-
smoking or you don't.
Right, with TPD, when they brought in TPD, before it was brought in...
What's TPD?
Tobacco Products Directive.
Oh my God, are you still whining about vaping? Who cares?
No, but you're saying then something that's had a negative effect.
Oh, for crying out loud. And that's what you could come up with? Are you kidding me?
No, I can't. France gets 90% of quota of cod in this country.
Yeah, do you know
from
why?
our waters.
I don't think that's... I think that's way out.
They haven't been sold off.
Yes, they have.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have.
How can France... How can the EU just say, oh, well, France can have 90% of the quota of cod?
Oh my God, still going on about the fish.
The reason we catch mackerel and herring is because we're not allowed to catch our cod.
Nonsense.
No, it ain't nonsense.
It is nonsense. The cod around these parts is too small for our purpose, so we go catch Norway's cod and Icelandic cod. That's why when you go to the supermarket, it says Norway and Iceland on it.
That's rubbish.
It's not rubbish. It's cod. It's a perfectly good fish.
Right, listen, right, sea bass. We weren't allowed to catch sea bass. We weren't even allowed to stand on the bank and catch it by rod and line because the EU stopped us.
Oh, the blooming EU. Why? In order to maintain fish stocks, because it would be better to maintain fish stocks than have no blooming fish at all.
What I'm saying is, you see, you're being tribalistic.
I'm being tribalistic.
You are.
You've lost your mind, Noel.
No,
you have swallowed. You have
willing
you
to
have
meet in the middle.
No one's willing to meet. Where's the middle?
Exactly.
There is no middle,
and that's why we got such a rubbish thing going on now because right from the beginning,
it's my fault.
In government, in the Parliament, there was a mass consensus for a customs union. That's what I wanted, a customs union. Right, I wanted to leave the political since the Maastricht Treaty. Too much political influence, but stay in the economic market.
Political influence, like what? Like what kind of political influence?
Would not accept it.
Some old nonsense about vaping fish.
See, when you've got no argument, you take the mickey. When you've got no argument, you take the mickey.
No, I do have an argument, yes, I do. I have refuted everything that you have said so far, and I'm taking the mickey as a bonus. Anyway, it's been sensational, Noel. Something about vaping fish. Who cares? That was the thing that is exercising him. The amount of juice you get in a vaping canister. God's sake. And then yelling about fish. The kind of fish that we don't even eat in this country. Oh, very bad news about fish, by the way. You know, over and above what that bloke was just yelling at me about. He's perfectly willing to take on board contrary arguments. Yeah, really sounded like it, didn't it? Paul texts, "You won, Noel. Get over it." That's the thing about these people that just blows my mind. This is them when they win, still furious. I mean, precisely what would make you happy? I'd love to know. HAPPY-ness, there's precious little of it about. What would cheer you up? Because this is you when you're winning. Stanley texts, Mike, oh no, I've read that. Reminds me of the Milky Bar Kid. Yeah, I know. Andrew in Herne Hill says, do you listen to the new series of Dead Ringers? No, I've never listened to any series of Dead Ringers. What is it? It's gone woke, like the rest of the BBC. Woke. Oh, God. People using the word woke. What does woke mean to you people? I believe it means people being concerned for others. People being concerned for others infuriates a certain type of person. Mystifyingly. It's as though you've attacked their very core when you express concern for others. It's a certain type of person.
We've got a few idiots in our party.
Like that. And there's loads of them. All you need to do is look at the worldwide weight. My advice is don't look at the worldwide weight. The internet hasn't made people more rude and uncaring and aggressive. It's just revealed that that's actually who we are underneath the thin veneer of civilization. That's it. You want to see what people are actually like? Read the comment section in the Daily Mail. Read Twitter. No, don't. It's full of them. And the thing that makes them angry the most, outside of being told facts, is people expressing concern and being polite to others. That just winds them up no end. They hate that. And they call and people who are concerned for others and are polite are denigrated to the nth degree and are called all sorts. The politest of which is woke. So it's a bad thing to be polite.
Be polite!
Or I'll kill you. Robin Chertsey says that EU won't let us invest in our own industries, but a no deal would allow us to save what manufacturing we have left, like steel. It's not about investing in our own industries. It's about pouring government money in to prop up a failing industry, to make the goods that they sell cheaper, perhaps, than it costs to make them, in order to get an unfair advantage in the marketplace, which is perfectly reasonable, considering how we are so intertwined with the EU. Everything they're asking for is perfectly reasonable. Everything that all of the complaints that we are putting up are not reasonable, because I think the whole idea all along was to get a no deal. My assumption all along, well, I've had two assumptions, but contradictory. I am thinking dichotomously. In other words, is the noise that I hear in my brain in moments of quiet reflection. On the first point or part, I was going for one or the other, and I got both. Part number one is that it seems like the stupidest thing that any country has ever done to pull itself out of a massive free trading bloc in order to trade on worse terms. No, the reason this is so difficult is that nobody's ever tried this before, because it's too stupid. We're the only country that has ever done this. And so my assumption was that, all that flag-waving bluster is just so much hot air, and we're, they intend to get a deal, but they'll just cloak it in patriotic terms, and we won, and, and their fans will be pleased, and then we'll just carry on. Carry on as before, more or less. That has been the undercurrent of my expectations. But over and above that, there is undeniably a large number of people who have donated to the Tory party and who are behind Brexit, who've scarpered. They've gone to tax havens abroad and taken their money with them. in order, and you'd think that they would know a bit about what it is they have wrought. And we know who they are, the leading lights of the Brexiteer lot. I've got to stop saying Brexiteer, it makes them sound like heroes. Brexiteers, the leading lights, they've all gone to spend more time with their money in tax havens abroad. Scarpered they have. It's like they set fire to the house and then ran away. So that should give you some indication of where we're going. I mean, if the architects of our tour, can you have a tour architect? The architects of this bridge that we are spanning between there and here don't want to take this trip because they know it's going to be a disaster. I mean, they didn't leave because they thought it was going to be a success, did they? Oh, God, it's exhausting. To have the same conversation for like 4 years in a row, and still nobody has taken on board a single solitary fact. And they're still going on about fish. Very bad news about fish, by the way. Just late breaking news. Have you seen? Well, I'll get to that in a minute. This text says, people in London think that fish come from a local chippy or restaurant. I doubt that you lot have ever seen a real fishing boat. Why would anyone ever listen to fishing advice from Londoners, for goodness sake? Who's giving you fishing advice? What I'm saying about fish is that nobody's remotely interested about the fishing industry. Previous to this, when it became an issue of Britannia ruling the waves and phony flag-waving nonsense, nobody had ever expressed the slightest concern about the fishing industry in this country, least of all the Conservative Party. Not once, ever. To the point that the EU was chucking money at deprived areas that do fish for a living in this country, because the successive governments haven't been remotely interested. And that's one of the reasons why, by the way, that we have such a paltry fishing industry, is because the government, unlike governments abroad, in places like, I don't know the exact countries, so I'll make them up, Norway and France, for instance, their governments invested in their fishing industry and bought bigger boats, with which we can't compete. Did our government do the same?
No.
No, because they didn't care. Never have. But this is all you hear now. God, it's excruciating. All about the bloomin' fish, about which there's bad news. Have you heard? I'll go in Leeds called Anthony. Anthony.
Yes, hello. Yes, good evening, Nick.
You're very distant, Anthony. Are we on speakerphone?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yes, I'm on a phone. Yes, I'm on a normal phone. Mobile phone. Yes, hello. Hello.
Yes.
Phoning up about Brexit.
What?
I'm phoning up about Brexit.
Oh, God.
Not again.
Yes.
Yes. I like to say is that if the money not being spent on London or south east of England, spent up in northern England, I don't think the Brexit wouldn't have happened.
Which money are you talking about?
You know what money? It's all been spent in London and south east of England all the time.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, I'm about...
That's where most people live.
Yeah, well, if it'd been spent in northern England, Brexit wouldn't have happened.
Well, perhaps, yes. How's that whole levelling up thing going for you?
Eh?
Exactly.
What I'm trying to say is... this country has been really divided for years.
Between the what and the what?
Between the north and the south.
The north and the south. That seems to be the case everywhere you go. The north hates the south and vice versa in pretty much every country on earth.
Well, not there, is it?
Huh?
It's Westminster's got to blame for it.
Oh, I see.
I blame them.
Right.
That's what I blame for.
Yeah. Well,
and the Conservatives, listen, they're bigger took us in to this European Union. Now they've got the decency to take us out.
Right. Because it's bound to work out for the good people of the north. Yeah, sure it will.
Oh, no, what I'm trying to say is they took us on this journey into Europe.
Yeah.
They've got the decency to take us out. It was their responsibility. They took us in 1973.
Right, and it's been misery ever since.
So, this country, before 1973, it was all right. Great country.
It was all right. Well, how's it now? It's got to be better than all right.
It's what? It's in a mess.
It's in a mess. Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? 1973, this country was all right. In 1973, there were dead bodies piled up in the street and nobody collected any rubbish. Every other house was an empty lot of rubble. 1973 was all right. What? How old are you? Did you live in 1973?
Yes, I was 13 years old.
13 years old.
It was great.
Right.
It was a great country.
I was 13. Listen to me. I was 13 in 1973, and I can tell you are completely incorrect in every respect.
Yes, but listen to this. It was safe to walk around.
Absolute rubbish. What are you talking about?
It was safe to walk around.
It was safe to walk around where?
In Leeds and in London a bit.
What on earth does that mean? You were 13. What do you know about safe to walk around?
I don't live in London.
No, I know that. You live in Leeds.
Yeah, like to say, I've never been to London. Never. I'm not interested in London. I'm not interested.
How do you know you're not interested in a place that you're the kind of I bet you were an absolutely awful child. You'd sit there at the dinner table and your mum would give you sprouts and you say, "Oh, I don't like those," and she'd say, "Have you ever tasted them?" And you say, "No, but I know I don't like them." Dreadful person.
I'll tell you what was a party.
Yeah.
Was big jam and bread. Oh, big beans and toast. That's what we brought up at. But I tell you what, though.
Right. And we're the same age. How come it sounds like you're 100 years older than me?
Hey, because I've got asthma, that's why.
Right, okay.
Yes. Like I said before, the Conservatives, they took us into the European Union on this joyride.
Yeah, now they're having the decency to take you back out again because, outside is going to be sunny uplands. Oh, my God, you'll be able to see them with binoculars from where you're standing, Anthony. It's not the asthma that's making you sound so old, by the way. 0345 6060 973 and get a better phone. There you are, homework. David in Tetbury texts, the Leavers are still angry because at some point they know they're going to have to admit that they've shot themselves in the foot and it really, really hurts. Yeah, that's right. But they never will, though. They may take that information on board. They may admit it to themselves, but they'll never admit it out loud because that would be too much loss of face. You can't maintain face while admit that you've been had, which you have. The people that gifted you this mess that we are going through right now will not be affected by it. The millionaires and the billionaires that created the advertising campaign, the spewing out of misinformation like a garden hose attached to a lying tap and hosed us all down with all that nonsense, they've left already. They either didn't live here in the first place or they've gone. Doesn't that tell you something? I mean, if a man sells you a boat and refuses to climb on board, then that is a warning.
Warning!
And the politicians that are negotiating these choppy waters, they won't be affected by it either. I'm telling you, every single one of them, after they have retired from politics, will be enjoying a gold-plated pension that will never go down. It will only go up, paid for by you, on top of which they will mystifyingly walk into 10 or 12 jobs each, which coincidentally will be a business that is in the very sector that they had purview over. And they'll be earning £1 million a year for doing nothing. All of them will. All of them. All of the names that keep popping up on the TV and the radio, they'll all be doing just fine. It's poor dopes like you and me who've got to pick up the bill. Well, what great news. Britain is going to send gunboats over to France. We are declaring war on France. Britain will send in gunboats over Brexit. Hurrah! 4 Royal Navy vessels will guard UK fishing waters against French trawlers. You know how big the UK's fishing waters are? 3 times the size of the UK. 4 boats. If each boat were a car, we've got 4 cars over an area 3 times the size of the entire United Kingdom. It's just such silly nonsense. I mean, we're going to pick a war with France. France, the country where we sell the fish we catch. Because we don't like that fish. Because it's not to our tastes. Because it tastes of something. We like fish that doesn't taste of anything. That we buy in Norway's waters. And have you heard the bad news? I'll come to that in a minute. 0345 6060 973. Here is a call on a very important issue in Southampton. Simon.
Hello, Nick.
Simon.
Nick, I'm so ashamed. I'm so ashamed. I mean, this is ridiculous. And do you know what gets me? Is why isn't the Queen, right? Why isn't she taking control of this and saying, do you know what? You had your fun. Enough's enough. Now we'll stop it. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's your country, ma'am. You want to do something about it? This is an open goal.
I'm not a royalist. I mean, I don't really care about them, to be honest. But you would think at a time like this, more than any other time in history, she would actually turn around and say, "Do you know what? This is my country, yes. Right? You're my subjects. Now you're going to do as you're bloody told."
Right.
Right. Anyway, so the reason I wanted to ring you is because you had a guy going on about vaping and the TPD.
Yeah, vaping.
Right. Now, when the TPD was launched, the Tobacco Products Directive, I just started vaping. I'd been vaping for about 6 months. And because at that time I was an uneducated moron that thought that Brexit would be a good idea.
Yes.
My reaction to the announcement that the TPD was being launched was one which was pretty much akin to when the EU announced that everything had to be sold in metric.
Right.
And that's as far as the EU went to me in my life. That's all the EU did was cause problems, right? Because I didn't know better and I was furious. How dare they?
Right, but tell us what it was that they did. I mean, I don't care, but tell us anyway.
Right, what, with the TPD?
Yeah.
Right, okay, so what it was when vaping started to take off big time, the European government...
Where did he go? Oh, my God. He got killed by vaping. He just expired. He exhaled, then expired. A service of remembrance will be held tomorrow at 2. Well, that's, I wanted to know what that was about. You know, not that I'm really interested one way or another, but I wanted it to be cleared up one way, not one way or another. That's 2 uses of the phrase or another in the same sentence, which is wrong. Incorrect. Never mind, maybe he'll call back. Or maybe he'll do us a favour and not. Pat tweets, Nick, I hear the Royal Navy is sending boats to keep the French trawlers out. All 3 of them. There's 4, actually. Get it right. He says, my chest swells with pride at the thought. Here, Macron, hands off our herring. Is 2020 not done yet? No, still a little bit of time left. I'll let you know when it's over. Yeah, we're going to send 4 boats. 4 boats. And if it's anything like our aircraft carriers, we'll send the boats out and they'll have big guns, but we won't have actually had the money to buy any bullets. You know, it's a small detail, nothing much. Oh, those new aircraft carriers, they're fantastic. Did we buy any aircraft?
No.
Oh, well. Can we do anything right. And by we, I mean the current administration, not us.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Him. I mean, there's the whole contact tracing thing.
Contact tracing.
Oh, Struth. I mean, even you-know-who knows you've got to get it in the right order.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Haven't heard very much from him lately. Maybe the press is starting to look the other way because it's getting a little bit embarrassing. It's getting a little bit embarrassing, Donny. I mean, I hate to break the news to you, but you're looking like a chump.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Can you believe that he is the President of the United States of America?
I'm president. Can you believe it?
He's still saying that it was a fix and, it's basically a way to make money. He's texting and emailing his cult fans and asking them for money. I'm not making it up. He's actually doing that. Hundreds of millions of emails and texts are going out asking his fans to send him money. It's true. And hundreds of millions of dollars are coming in. The rubes are still buying it. Yeah, how's the grift going, Donny? Really well, I hear. I hear you made about $400 million.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
Well, you made it this year. They're sending cash in. This is how deluded they are. Oh, my God. I mean, what can you say about what's going on over there? But it feels like we haven't really heard much about it for the last few days because, nothing's happened other than he dragged some drunk woman out of a bar and what looked like through a hedge and stuck her in front of some nice Republicans. They found some. And they quizzed her about, Struth, I don't know. And it was just one of the funniest things this year. If you haven't seen it yet on the World Wide Wait, look it up. Rudy Giuliani, leaking hair dye down his face, and this drunk woman. It's the elite team of legal minds. Yeah, that's the best that could be assembled. Yeah, and that woman who looks like she'd come out of the Addams family with her Kraken lawsuits, all of which got chucked out by the very people that Donny put on the judge's bench in the first place, thinking that they were going to just do whatever he said. That must have been the biggest surprise of all. He got these religious cultists and put them on the Supreme Court, expecting that they would just do whatever he wanted, that it was going to be an all-time get-out-of-jail-free card. And the very first test that he gave them, they said, wow, this is ridiculous. We're not even going to look at that. Get lost. Still stunned. The colour drained out of his face. I wonder what that looks like. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. I heard that there was giant dumps all over the place, Donny. Did you hear about that?
Dumps. They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps all over.
This text says, not much happening in the US, apart from Donald Trump tweeting that he just wants to try and stop the world from killing itself, also slaughtering several inmates on death row, and encouraging Republican senators to declare civil war. According to Simon Marks, Texas wants independence and is calling it Texit. Yeah, but apart from that... oh, my God. I mean, that tells you all you need to know about those phony religionists who keep going on about the sanctity of life, and that's why God doesn't want you to have an abortion. And then, as the ultimate deterrent for murder, they kill people. They murder people as a punishment for murdering people. Does that make sense?
No.
Does it actually stop people from murdering each other?
No.
No, more people get shot in America than anywhere else apart from Mexico. There's actually probably somewhere else, like Cheam, for instance. Cheam is a hotspot of violent crime. Everybody knows that. But yeah, apart from all that going on in America, is there anything else happening? Just curious.
Don't be rude.
It's a crazy clown show over there. Fortunately, it's even louder and more kaleidoscopic than our own.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Otherwise, we would be the laughing stock of the world.
You're just a lightweight. Don't talk to me that way. Don't talk to... I'm the president of the United States. Don't ever talk to the president that way.
Oh, God. He's the most powerful man in the world. Can you believe that?
No.
Oh. Did you read that story about aliens actually living underground on the moon or something like that? And they don't want to show themselves to us because they're disappointed. Yeah, they're a little bit disappointed. They're spying on us from all the way over there, thinking, this planet is in a dreadful neighbourhood. We better leave them alone for, a couple of million years? Maybe they'll evolve. Let's have no sign of that yet. Maybe there is intelligent life in space, because there certainly ain't none down here. Ain't that right, Margaret?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No self-respected alien would put down a foot on this planet.
No.
Not one of them. They've got more sense and more taste.
Yeah, and more feet. Not one of their 3 feet. Yeah.
Exactly, which is a yard. They would step down yards, wouldn't they? Not feet.
Right, yes.
Yeah. Right, Nick, I'm searching for clarity, and I know behind all your funnies, there's a razor-sharp mind. Let me boost you up. There's a razor-sharp mind here.
Sure.
I need clarity. I am in need of clarity.
Yeah.
Listen to what I have to say and reply.
Right.
The first time I went to Europe was in 1956 on a student exchange. And ever since then, most years, apart from 5, I've been in Europe. I've been in Tuscany, Italy, France. I love Europe.
Yeah.
I absolutely love Europe.
Mm-hmm.
When I went at first, we were lovely neighbours. We were friends. We holidayed. We visited each other. And it was absolutely perfect.
Yes.
And then there was something called the common market, which meant trade between us was easier and kind. That was wonderful. We had the perfect setup. Then somebody or some people decided...
I'm a nutcase.
Yeah, who in particular?
I'm a nutcase.
It needed to be deeper. It needed to be more political. It needed to be more extreme. And no excuses. It was people with money, because we all know greed drives the planet, and it drives our government more than most.
Yes.
So why did we go from that lovely, lovely place with the common market?
Mm-hmm.
Why did they take it further? I know you can answer me that question.
Why did they take
Why
it
did
further?
they take it further?
Well, which bit of it is most aggrieving you?
No, I'm fine with it.
Oh.
But why did we change it? It was perfect.
Well, I don't know about perfect. What's perfection?
Well, God, when you find it, give me a call,
Well,
please.
Exactly. There ain't no such thing as perfection. They just tried
But
to
it was nice.
improve
We visited each other. We traded together.
We still do.
It was, yeah, but it went deeper than that, and that's why all the troubles come about. Come on.
I don't think so.
It went deeper because people thought there was money to be made. Simple as. They should have left it as it was.
Yeah, but making money is not necessarily a bad thing.
I'm sure it isn't. I'd love to make some.
Well,
but it gets to be... Oh, come on. The whole world is driven by greed.
Well, that's right. But that's why we are, as a species, number one on Earth. It's not because we're nice. It's because we're nasty and grasping and greedy.
Well, I'm glad you agree with me.
Of course.
Those qualities went in to changing our lovely, nice relationship with Europe. Those qualities you have now pronounced were responsible for making it something deeper and non-acceptable to some people.
But it only became unacceptable to most people when certain individuals popped their heads above the parapet and suggested that it was unacceptable. Previous to that, we'd just been rubbing along perfectly fine. Everything was going well. Trade was continuing. Money was being made, and everyone was having a nice time.
It's fine. So who's responsible?
Who's responsible?
I'm a nutcase.
Well, exactly. But anyway, you're not going to answer my question because there is no answer.
I thought I just did.
No, you didn't.
Oh, didn't I?
No, you didn't.
Which question did I just answer then? Can you ask?
You did
Can
not,
you ask?
You did not tell me.
Can you ask the question that I just answered, and then that will wrap this whole up?
Right. I'm asking you who changed that lovely reciprocal arrangement with trade and holidays to something more political, something more intense.
I don't know what you're talking about. Everything was going along just fine until we were told that it wasn't, and then people thought, "Oh yeah, that's right. That's the reason why my life."
You're missing the point.
No, I'm not missing I'm not missing the point. I disagree with your point. Is the point? I don't think that it ever went sour. I don't really recognise the scenario you are describing. That it used to be great in the 50s, and it is a poison chalice now. I disagree completely. There's no justification for holding that opinion.
Well, there is, but we'll leave it there because you have to go back and read your books and see how the change occurred. I
most certainly will do nothing of the sort, Margaret.
And why it occurred.
Right. Yeah, leave it with me, and I'll not read that later. Homework on the weekend, but miss. Bill texts, instead of worrying about a few fish, much more important is the willingness of France, who are more than self-sufficient in electricity generation, to supply electricity to our national grid when we cannot meet our own demands. Well, there is that, yes. All this nonsense about fish, what are you talking about, you silly, silly people? It's about Britannia rules the waves. Flag-waving nonsense. That's what it's all about. Imagining that we can go back to when the map was coloured pink. It's over. Yeah, if France decides to actually ramp up hostilities, then you won't be able to boil a kettle. There won't be no lights by which to cook your fish. Yeah, on the one hand, we're begging them to finance, because apparently we ain't got no money in this country. Where it's all gone, nobody knows. They probably gave it to the wife of a Tory MP. Let's give Serco £120 billion to look for it. How we haven't got the money to keep our own lights on is a mystery. But we asked the Chinese to do it, and they thought about it for a while. They thought, they said, no, you're all right. And so now we're begging the French to do it for us. God, talk about embarrassing. While pretending to pick a war with the French. This says, Nick, I'm older than you. The 50s, 60s and 70s were much better than now. Not perfect, but better. It all started going wrong with the common market. Oh, for crying out loud, what garbage. You mean we all got wealthier? Is that what you mean? The 50s, 60s and 70s were better than now. In what way were they better than now? I'll tell you why you think they were better than now is because your knees worked in the 50s, 60s and 70s. You had hair in the 50s, 60s and 70s. There was a chance that you might actually get to have sex again in the 50s, 60s and 70s. That's what you mean. God. I'll tell you how bad the 70s were. You don't have to take my word for it. I was talking to Carol McGiffin about that on our podcast just the other day.
Oh, right, yeah.
Look at the Sweeney. It's available on a television set near you. You want to know how bad the 70s were? And the 70s were an improvement in this country over the 50s and the 60s. We'd actually got somewhere in the 70s. And the music was great.
Rock and roll!
In the 70s, this country was broken. People were dirt poor and dirty, and they had mullet haircuts, and their clothes were purple. Purple and orange is what people used to dress in. Oh, my God, the sight of us. But you look at the streetscape in the 1970s, and it looks like a third world country. Every other house is a pile of rubble. Kids are playing in the street with burning tyres. There's dead bodies piled up against the side of the road. No one's collecting the rubbish. Everyone's on strike. What are you talking about? They were better than now. You mean you were younger then, is what you mean. All started to go wrong with the common market. Oh, my God, it's just such garbage. I'll tell you what it is. It's a desperate attempt to try to square the circle, to try to justify, in retrospect, a decision you made based on a lot of false information. Liar! Fake news. Let's have Kilburn. Hello, Ted.
Hi, Nick. First time caller, and if you told me that I'd be calling into an LBC phone in at 3 past midnight today, I would have been absolutely shocked.
Stunned and amazed.
But I was kind of knocked aback by a few of your previous callers who seem to be wearing rose-tinted spectacles that are so tinted they've become opaque at this point.
That's an excellent colour for a pair of spectacles, by the way. It makes everything look really, really nice.
Really, yeah. You know, if you can't see what's going on, everything must be going brilliantly. But the main thing I really wanted to address was a caller a while ago. As you know, it takes some time for the calls to come through. So, someone maybe half an hour, 1 hour ago was talking about how the EU supporters are all a bunch of leftists, and the EU is this leftist cabal, and it's great that we're leaving it.
Really?
You know,
they're leftists. I didn't know that.
Oh, yes. And it made me chuckle because the idea that the EU is a leftist, federalist, entity,
communist,
is so the EU-SSR, as they often call it, is so detached from reality as to be farcical.
They are capitalists up to their manicured eyebrows.
Exactly.
Can you have eyebrows manicured? Probably not. Or maybe you can.
I think threaded.
Threaded, right.
Yes. But of course there are elements of the EU which are socialist in nature. Of course there are elements of the EU that provide aid to countries in need, that share wealth.
Right, but things that are socialist also include the police, because we all pay in for the a benefit that is accrued to us all. The NHS is a socialist construct. All the things that we rely on are socialist constructs.
And I have to say, I have never listened to your show before. And
what?
I know a sin, and you seem to agree with a lot of the points that I make to myself.
No, I think it's the other way around, Ted.
The radio. But the point I'm trying to make is that I think the problem we face in society as a whole is that I kind of view popular discourse as being on a spectrum. It's always existing on this spectrum. On one side, you've got critical thinking. On the other side, you've got conspiratorial thinking.
Yeah.
And what we've managed to do in the past, 4 years is a conservative estimate, let's say 10 years, is move the Overton window far over to the conspiratorial thinking side, to where the EU is a leftist, EU-SSR state, despite the fact that all of the big banks, massive tech companies and big companies are very quietly or very loudly anti-Brexit. And what we need to do is move that Overton window, that which is a phrase sort of, meaning the nature of discussion, towards a more critical thinking stance.
Right. This is like politics P101.
Yes. But I think that's what the country needs at the minute, isn't it?
No, we don't need no education. We don't need no thought control.
Rock and roll!
But excellent work.
Exactly.
Thanks a lot, that man. Keep it up. 0345 6060 973. Something about the arched window. I prefer the round window myself. I was going to talk about fish. Maybe, I'll do that in a minute, but I must first take this vitally important call in Birmingham. Hello, Shirley.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Shirley.
Hi. I was a bit upset at the news. They said they'll stop the Euro Millions, but what I remember of the Euro
by the
Millions...
way, that £175 million, that's my money.
I know. What upset me was we started it. We had our own euro, and the only difference it made joining with Europe is bringing the jackpot to
175 million pounds. Yeah, some French person's got it. What are they going to do with it? Like buy baguettes and berets?
I know, but we started that game on our own, and when we had it on our own, we had a jackpot of, say, 20, 30 million, and when we joined with Europe, it got bigger.
Yeah.
But we started the game.
I know.
We had it. So
They've stolen my money.
why are they going to take it off us? That's kind of upset me, really.
Yeah,
because
it's upset you. What about me? It's my cash. Lucky ticket, my eye.
I know, it was our game. You know, we did it by ourselves, so I think they're trying to hurt us.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, I'm feeling physical pain right now.
I know. And can I just mention...
I'd already spent half that money. Now what am I going to do?
Can I just mention the 70s? Because I had a memory of going to college and we did a little...
little what?
Bookkeeping.
Oh, I see. That's not where I thought you were going.
And on that bookkeeping, I remember the teacher saying, always remember COD, which was cash on delivery.
Cash on delivery.
Yeah.
Correctamundo.
And that's how we lived in the 70s, with cash on delivery, and that's why we had nothing.
Well, furthermore, electricity was squirted up your house by you putting money in the meter. We used to rent our televisions and our washing machines.
Yeah.
We had nothing, but were we happy?
No.
No. We were still moaning. People who say that we were all happier in the 1970s are, like that last bloke said, are looking at looking at history through rose-tinted spectacles made of concrete. You can't see through them; they're so thick.
And there's a reason why we've got better with money now was that Margaret, although I hated her...
Oh, no, don't say it.
The slightly better bit about Margaret, she gave us credit cards.
Margaret who?
Thatcher.
Yes.
Yeah, she gave us credit cards because I was watching a documentary about...
She didn't give us credit cards.
She opened the credit market. Do you say to me?
No. She let go the chains which were holding the banks back from ripping us all off. So she let that happen. Thanks a lot, Margaret.
Oh, yeah, because I saw a documentary about Rod Stewart, you know, pop star, and the BBC said, oh, Rod, what are you going to do with your money? This was an old-fashioned documentary. And Rod was inside the post office saying, oh, I'm putting my money in the post office because my mum told me. And there was Rod, the pop star, in the post office. Because there was no bank accounts.
I bet he went into the post office alone and came out with 2 dolly birds, one on each arm. That's 1970s terminology there, kids.
Yeah, so we got more stuff under Margaret because she opened up... I remember this thing called a store card where you could go in a store and get a card and buy stuff.
Yeah.
And that wasn't there before. And you got a credit card, you got like a bank account.
Right, which had nothing to do with Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah, but we didn't have that credit facility.
Yeah, but Margaret Thatcher isn't the person that gave it to us. That's MasterCard. And Visa gave it to us.
Yeah, but she put the legislation in place that allowed us the finagling. You see?
Right.
So we could get these. I mean, I even got a letter from the AA, and I wasn't driving at the time. I was just learning to drive.
Right.
And
maybe it was Alcoholics Anonymous.
Oh, no, because they said, do you want a £10,000 loan?
What? Yes, please.
So that's how she opened up the credit market.
Yeah, and we will be paying for it for the rest of our lives.
But so when people say, oh, the past was poor and now we're better, people need to understand that now we've got access to credit fiddling, whereas before it was all COD or cash on delivery.
Yeah, the reason that people used to think that life was better, or think that life used to be better, is because in the 1970s they could still see their feet over their bellies. and everything that goes with that, you know.
Disgusting.
Yeah, Shirley, I'm going to have to go, but thanks. 0345 6060 973. Patrick in Guildford says maybe Ursula and Boris could go on Zoom at 23:59 Sunday to play rock, paper, scissors. Loser caves to all of the victors' demands. And Simon in Windsor says, I was at junior school in the 1970s, and all I can remember about it was that nothing you ever drank was cold. That's right. Yes, that's right. Particularly milk. Oh my God, warm milk at school. That was vile. It used to get delivered first thing in the morning, and of course in the heat of summer the sun would be on it for about 6 hours before it would get round to you. These little cartons of milk. Ugh. Warm milk. Gone off. That's what the 1970s was like. I'll tell you what the 1970s was like. A milkshake was just flavoured milk. Ice cream in a drink? You're joking. Well, we used to have a Coke float. Remember those? Oh, I could go with a couple of pints of Coke float right now, as a matter of fact. Stick some other kind of juice in there as well.
Booze.
Why not? Treat yourself. He said, warm milk at school in the mornings and warm fizzy drinks from shops. Nobody ever seemed to use ice for some reason. Yeah, it was like a luxury ice. I remember it well. I mean, that still remains to this day in this country. You ask for ice and somebody will give you 1 cube. You know, as though it's made of something valuable. It's water. Whereas in America, it's the other way around. They give you ice whether you ask for it or not, and it's an entire cup of ice and a thimbleful of Coke in it. Just something in the middle would be nice. And I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, I want an umbrella in it as well. You know, classy. So this is very bad news about the fish. Did you hear? Hang on a minute. I'm going to take this call first. Foire in France. Martin, Foire?
Yes.
No such place. You just made it up.
No, I didn't.
Right, like I said. Foire. I know it well. It's a delight.
Yeah, it's in the foothills of the Pyrenees. You can hear me, yeah?
Yeah, I don't think so. Yes, I can hear you. You're coming in loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. So,
No,
what
thank
are we
you.
doing? Are we still doing the 70s, or are we...
Sure, why not?
Okay. So, I left the Channel Islands, in, 1974. I went to work in a Swiss ski resort for a couple of years.
Which one?
Gstaad.
Yes.
And then I got a job on a private yacht.
Doesn't get much much posher than Gstaad.
No, it doesn't. It's a fantastic place. Anyway,
Is it?
but it's been ruined now. Anyway, I mean, this is. And by 1980, I'd gone across the Atlantic on a private yacht, and I was in Barbados, waiting to think about what to do next.
Yes. Why are you telling us all this?
Well, because you've been having what you would call a variety of people and a variety of subjects. I mean, I can do Brexit if you want to, or what the French think about it all, or whatever. But I've had a privileged situation. I live here now. I've got 4 children, and they're all still within France. Actually, one's working in Luxembourg.
Yes, I did that. I worked in Luxembourg. Luxembourg is the most interesting capital city on earth.
Boring!
Oh my God, it couldn't be more dull.
I like its kind of Germanity. I like the kind of, because I worked in Switzerland, and I just like this way that everything just sort of worked. If you know what I mean.
It works in the sense that they don't. They don't seem to work. Everything closes for lunch for about 3 hours. Shuts at half a day on Saturday. Never opens on Sunday. I've said this before. They had a sandwich shop that closed for lunch.
Well, this is not Switzerland. It could be France. I would agree with you in France, because here they are a bit what you would call not necessarily laid back, but they
Thought it's going to get much worse than that. But go ahead, laid back.
No, yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I know about it. I know about it here, where you go somewhere and at 1:45 they go in. I'm sorry, the kitchen's closed.
Yeah.
That kind of
happening, and you're in a tourist town and everything else, but they don't kind of get it.
Right. Well, by it, do you mean they don't get that they should give up their quality of life for the convenience of others, like we do in this country?
Yes. Well, I think that's now becoming a bit of a myth, because I think there's an idea that, France is all, 2 CVs driving around, people having 2-hour lunches, but in actual fact, right now it's a bit of a country of anarchy. They actually indoctrinate
even
their
in
children.
Foix.
Well, in Foix, this is a socialist town, okay? And I've got to say, we're about an hour from Toulouse, and Toulouse is a hotbed of socialism.
But what do you mean by socialism?
Well, I think France is basically still a socialist country. I mean, Mitterrand put all the rules in place, which now that poor old Macron, he's got no chance of changing.
But what do you mean by socialism? What is it that is perplexing you that is socialist?
It's not perplexing me at all. I mean, it's just the outlook of this country is very difficult to change.
But what do you mean by socialist? Define socialism.
I can't do that.
Well,
okay,
you obviously know it when you see it. So what is it that about their lifestyles that is so socialist?
Okay, so I was born in West Cumbria.
Oh my God, we're going back in time again.
Yeah, but this is what you would call a Labour stronghold. I think Fred Pert, who was the agricultural minister, come from there.
Right, this has nothing to do with the question that I just asked you. What is so socialist about about Toulouse, for instance?
Well, that's the way they vote in
But
their
what is it
system.
about them that is socialist?
Okay, well, there's a guy called Jean Jaurès, okay, who is the founder of a kind of political movement before socialism was defined.
Oh my God, we're going back in history again. Just answer the question. What is it about the Toulouse people that you define as being socialist?
Nick, I can't do it, right?
Okay, all right. Well, I'm glad you called. If you mean the workers do not give up the benefit of their own travails to the management in total, that they get nothing, and the CEOs get ever more fabulously rich, if that's what you mean by socialism, well, that seems like a good thing, doesn't it? Shouldn't the wealth be spread about a bit? What amazes me is that people who have nothing defend the system as it is. That, oh, no, we don't want to spread the wealth around because, that's socialism. Wouldn't want that. And then they defend the NHS as being the envy of the world, which, of course, it's not. But in their mind, you can't criticise it in any way, shape or form because that makes you a traitor. But what is the NHS if it's not socialist? People sticking up for themselves is, these lefties and their demands. In about 1960, the average CEO of a FTSE 100 company earned approximately 40 times the average wage of the people in their company. 40. Now, that seems like a lot. You climb the greasy pole of corporate governance and you get to its very apex and you earn 40 times the average worker in your company. That's worth it, right? It's worth putting all the extra hours in and giving your life over to the company if that's the kind of person you are. You earn 40 times the amount that the average person in your company earns. That's a lot. Flash forward to now, and the average that same CEO is earning 300 times more than the average person in their company. Where's the justification? There isn't any. That's just naked capitalism, that is. Now, capitalism is good up to a certain point, beyond which it ceases to be capitalism and becomes an oligarchy, which is what we've got now. All of the proceeds of the workers' efforts do not go to the worker anymore. The worker is on a minimum term contract on minimum wage, while the owners of those companies get ever more stratospherically rich and don't know what to do with their money. They're so rich. They start buying spaceships, for crying out loud. That's not capitalism. That's some twisted version of it that has got completely out of control. But if you try to tell people that, and they'll start yelling socialist at you. It's as though they've been trained like Pavlov's dogs to disagree with anything that would actually be in their own interests. It's staggering. What is it about the human race? They keep voting for things that are not in their own interests and seem like blindingly obvious that they're not in their interests. You know, like people from the north voting Conservative, for instance. You know, as an example. Just pulled out of the air. Gordon in Hampstead says, didn't Reg Varney demonstrate the first cash machine in 1967? Yes, it was that glamorous. Did he? Reg Varney, a bloke from On the Buses. Oh my God, that's what it was like in the 1970s. On the Buses was considered family entertainment. That was the very tip-toppermost of British comedy. On the Buses. I rest my face. This one says, if we're lucky, maybe that French £175 million lottery winner will give it to the French Navy. They might need a bigger boat. Yeah, I don't know, but I would imagine that the French Navy have plenty to call on should they need to defend themselves from our minuscule flotilla. 4 boats we got. They're going to protect British fish, which, by the way, we sell to the French. Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's pick a fish fight with the people we sell whatever fish we pull out the water to. The whole world's gone insane. We don't like the fish that we pull out of our waters. They are herring and mackerel.
Disgusting.
You know, oily fish that taste of something. We prefer white fish that tastes of nothing, which don't swim round these parts. Got to go to Norway and Iceland to buy them. Bad news about Norway. If I don't do it after the news, you'll have to remind me. Because this is late breaking news. Hot news just in off the presses. Angela tweets, Nick, these fanboys of the 1970s must have forgotten the 3-day week, no lights in the evening and piles of stinking garbage on the streets. Yeah, well, what about the dead bodies? Piles of dead bodies. Because the grave diggers went on strike. Everybody was on strike. The 1970s were so great. It's just that that there was the fleeting chance that you might actually get some in the 1970s. That's why people think of it fondly. It was miserable, except for the music.
Rock and roll!
That was great in the 1970s. Best decade ever for music. No, those are my rules. Very, very strict adherence to those rules. Chris texts, the only thing I miss from the 1970s is B-Jams. What was that? Was it a supermarket of some sort? B-Jams. What was B-Jams again? Do you know what B-Jams was?
I think it became Iceland.
Did it? What, the country? The EU, I think, had a hand in banning the cane in schools, so that's one great thing they had. Oh, well, you ask me, it's when it all went downhill from there. Never done me any harm. B-Jams. There's so many things that used to be a thing that aren't a thing anymore, like shirts with collars so wide you could land a plane on them. There used to be cream shirts with like silhouettes of penny farthings on them. Do you remember those? Brutus jeans. I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my Brutus jeans on. David Dundas. Oh my God, I can't believe I remember that. David Dundas. The ad was so great, they made it into a tune, a song. Big hit, huge. Ron texts, the 1970s consisted of Gilbert O'Sullivan, Ford Cortinas and noisy old slam door trains. Enough said. I like the sound of those old slam door trains. It was one of those great transport sounds, like the old ticket, whizzing around ticket thing that used to get your ticket on a bus. Yeah, conductors used to have this thing hanging around their necks, which would bend their spines out of shape. It was so heavy. And they would take your money and then click something on it and then whiz it around, whiz a handle around. God, that made such a fantastic noise, that thing. One of the best noises ever. And then they'd give you your ticket, and you'd fold your ticket into a really long but very, very thin, I don't know how to describe it. It was very, very long and thin. You'd fold it over and over and over, and then you'd stick it in the back of the seat where the wood met the metal. It's probably still there now. Let's have Washington, Tyne and Weir. Brian.
Hi, Nick. Brilliant show. It's kind of strange memories from the 70s, seeing teenagers with glitter in their hair.
Mm-hmm.
Spirographs, that little spirograph thing that you used, that were great.
It was great.
And, having a telephone in the house, that was quite posh when you had your own house phone in your own house.
You had not only that, but you also had a phone table with an integrated seat.
Oh, we didn't have that. We had one of them coin box phones. A coin box phone in the house. So you put
in your house?
Yeah. It was a coin box phone.
Wow.
In the house. Honestly, it was a 2-pence slot. You put your 2 pences in. When the picture went, or you two pences in, yeah?
You tell that to the kids today and they won't believe you.
Absolutely not. But here's another one for you. When the nana used to get like a mail order catalogue, you used to sneak the catalogue upstairs. And,
Grattan's catalogue, I know.
Disgusting.
Yes, enough said, of course, yes.
Yeah, that's what women look like under the clothes.
Those well-thumbed pages, yeah.
Absolutely. So yeah, the funny men. We used to get this funny bloke on the chip van come around the house. Like a chip van, he used to sell like loads of fish and chips on a van, and he used to took the whole outside in the street.
When you say funny bloke, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me.
No, he wasn't a funny bloke. He was like he was like a bit of an entrepreneur. He had a van full of bread, cereal boxes, baked beans, and that was one van he did during the week.
Yeah.
And on the weekend he had a chip van where you got your fish and chips as well. So.
And then on Sunday he'd come around with a cart yelling, "Bring out your dead." Yeah, I know. He was multi-talented.
But he also did a scream on a Sunday as well. He had this we had the fridge with wheels on it, and he used to blow a whistle. And there's the chalk ice man, so he used to go and get a chalk ice from him. Honestly, that's absolutely true. Yeah. He had like a whistle, those referee whistles, and blow the whistle in the street, and you knew he was around. Then
God, it's like rewatching Passport to Pimlico, Brian.
Absolutely, fun memories. Do you know what I mean? It was really funny.
Right. But it was great in retrospect, but at the time, if you had the choice between now and then, you would never, ever, ever have picked then. Am I right?
Oh, God, no. Well, he used to have the TV to go off at a certain time, a little white dot in the middle of the screen. They thought, is that it?
Well, you'd turn the TV on at 6 when the programmes started, and you'd have to sit there waiting for about 5 minutes while it warmed up.
Oh, no. And then the test card girls on the TV when there was nothing on during the middle of the... like in the afternoons and stuff, and then you watch the $6 Million Man and Rise and Damp.
Right. Okay. Enough wandering down memory lane. We've had it up to our eyeballs. Okay, gotta go. Thanks a lot, Brian. The $6 Million Man. We can rebuild him. Something like that. Stop with the oh God, what's the word? The romanticizing your youth. Donald Crumpet tweets, "Good morning, Nick. Best thing about the 1970s, Coronation Street was only on twice a week." Yeah, and it was still as miserable then as it is now. Of course, they didn't have EastEnders, which dials the misery up to 11. Why would anybody watch that? I mean it. No, I'm not remotely interested, but God, this really winds me up when newspapers do this. I was just glancing through one of the papers on online presence, and it said, "Spoiler alert," and then told you with a picture what was going to happen in EastEnders this Christmas. It didn't say, spoiler alert, click here if you don't mind us spoiling the Christmas episode. It told you right after the words spoiler alert what they were alerting you to the spoiler. I mean, what kind of person would do that? But every kind of person, apparently. It's that sort of, I know something you don't know, and then I'm going to spoil it for you. They just can't help themselves. 6 episodes a week. What is?
Coronation Street.
It can't possibly be 6 episodes a week. No, it isn't.
It is.
It can't be 6 episodes a week.
It's 2 on Monday, 2 on Wednesday, 2 on Friday.
Rubbish.
Apparently.
No! It must be the same episode. How can you have 2 episodes on one day?
I don't know.
Has anything happened yet?
No.
Still waiting. Still waiting for something to happen. We wait in expectation. Isn't it exciting?
No.
0345 6060 973. George texts, Nick, a glass of Tizer with vanilla ice cream was da bomb back in the 1970s, when nobody ever heard of the phrase da bomb. And nobody should hear about it now either. A glass of Tizer with vanilla ice cream. Wow, doesn't that sound great?
Disgusting.
Really awful. That sounds positively repellent. But I hear that it was a combination that you could clean your spark plugs with. Craig in Aylesbury says, first-time listener, amazing show. Amazing? It says, is it just a coincidence that when I see anti-vaxxers and the vaccine conspiracy theorists on social media, a little look through their previous Twitter posts show that more often than not they posted about being a Brexiter, British Bulldog profile pics, and complaints about BLM and refugees. There's a common thread there. There is a common thread there. He has worked it out.
We've got a few idiots in our party.
I can't imagine what the thread is. Leave it with me and I'll have a full report on your desk first thing in the morning. Leeds, Alex.
Good morning, Nick.
Yes, sir.
Just a very quick cameo, if I can. All this talk, this nostalgia about the 1970s. Do you remember this? Do you remember that? You just described Peter Kay's whole set.
Who?
Peter Kay, the comedian from Bolton.
Well, it's everybody's old set.
Do you remember, was it Spangles? Do you remember them? Do you remember Texan Bars? Do you remember Crest the Pop?
Yeah, all that stuff.
And he got very rich doing that. Anyway, that's not the reason I called in.
Where's my money? I can say Spangles.
Anyway, I just ringing in response to a previous correspondent, Margaret, who was saying, when did the EU or the common market go wrong and why and who's to blame? So I know you're total disdain for doing homework, especially on the weekend, but I'll probably give Margaret the answer to what she was ringing up about. So basically, very, very quickly, so what we call the common market emerged from what was known as the Iron and Steel Federation between, I think, Italy, Germany, France, and the Benelux countries, and then that evolved, and there was all this closer cooperation, and because of the horror of World War II, these nations felt, well, if we cooperated on an economic level, then why would we want to, invade each other's countries and bomb the hell out of it and all the rest of it? Yeah. And if you remember, well, you probably won't remember, but in 1960, Charles de Gaulle vetoed the UK's entry into what was the common market, and then we eventually went in 1973. But the bit I want to draw people's attention to is, this is on the internet as well, Edward Heath, when he was Prime Minister in 1972, wrote a very brief article explaining what the whole common market project was about. When people say it was only ever about trade, it wasn't. It was very clear from back in the day that it was always meant to be a political project to achieve ever closer union. Now, in fairness, there were some people, both within the Labour Party and the Conservative Party, who were opposed to that. Some people were happy with it being a rich man's club, a trading bloc, and purely just with trade. Others wanted a more kind of socialised Europe where you had workers' rights and environmental rights and so on. But these people who say it was only ever meant to be, trade and nothing else, that is not true. it was very clear from day one about what the European project was. Now, again, as I said, some countries were more for it than others, but it was never a secret. It was never a conspiracy. What we have now was always what the original architects of what we now call the European Union always dreamt about.
Yeah, well, it sounds like a good idea to me. Why can't people just get along?
Yowza.
Huh?
Well, indeed. So it's all there. It's on the internet. People can search for it.
Oh, the
There's
internet.
no big secret.
Right.
There's no big secret.
Right.
Anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, well, it sounds like
All
you
the
said
best
it.
to you.
Excellent work. Thanks a lot, Alex. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, a little cooperation. Groovy. What a bad idea. Let's go around hating each other. They're much better. Well, it makes the blood boil. Keeps your heart ticking over until it explodes. There is that. Craig in Aylesbury says, oh no, I read that one. Mark says, I remember the 1970s. I remember what the 1970s was like. Disgusting, undiluted racism against black and Asian people with 3 exclamation marks, like he's yelling at me. Yeah, well, disgusting, undiluted racism against black and Asian people used to be called Saturday Night TV. That's true, that is. It's occurred to me that with just about 10 minutes ago on this super show, we haven't discussed the virus at all. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Let's have a call in Walthamstow. Let's hope it all doesn't go pear-shaped from now on. Sammy.
It's a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you very much.
Sammy.
How are you?
Great, mate.
But, I've got to say, like, it's very hard actually trying to deal with all that's going on in the world.
Yes.
It's quite a shock, like sitting at home every day.
A shock. Yeah.
Wondering who I am, where I am in the world.
Who are you? Who are you?
Who am I?
Yes.
I guess I'm a young man trying to do some gardening, trying to figure out like who I am and what I am in this world.
Right.
And
you're okay. So you're just trying to get along in the gardening business.
Yeah, of course. Like I've had some courgettes growing. I've had
no doubt.
I've had a bit of runner beans are doing well. But like,
how are your onions?
Actually, onions aren't doing too bad, but leeks are doing pretty good this year.
Right. Are your Brussels tightening nicely?
Brussels aren't doing so well. Like, do I trust everything that the government's doing at the moment?
What a sense of humour.
I certainly think not. Where are you on?
I'm here. Where are you?
Where is your sense of trust in the government at the moment?
Well, it is non-existent. I'll borrow a line from Fraser. You know, in Oxford University, they have an electron microscope, an instrument that can see the smallest things that man has ever witnessed. And even with that instrument, you could not detect my trust in this government.
Well, I'm hardly surprised. I'm hardly surprised at that. Hardly surprised at all. My trust in the government at the moment is so minuscule. So minuscule.
Yeah. How minuscule is it? Is it this small?
Well, I couldn't see a runner be in the winter on it.
Right.
Like, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And where do I see it? Where do I see it going? And where do I see us?
Do you know where you're going to? Answer the question. No. Okay, it was a bit late. It's all about timing. Okay, thanks a lot, Sammy, for that. I've got no idea what that was. Susie says, talking about schools, what did you think about the lunches and what did you hate the most? Excellent question, Susie. The things that I hated the most were twofold. First, mixed vegetables.
Disgusting.
Eat the vegetables on their own, fine. It's just something happened when they mixed them up. It made them absolutely repellent. Mixed vegetables, those little cubes that came in that sort of watery... Ugh. Oh, my God, that was awful. Mixed veg. And to follow... semolina pudding. Oh, no. Which seemed to me to be... It's like something a fish threw up. A big bowl of fish sick. Semolina pudding. To this day, I've got no idea what it was. But I can taste it. I can smell it. It's almost like I can feel it. That they inflicted that on an innocent child. Can you believe that? Semolina pudding. So there you are, Susie. Eat that. Elijah tweets, the professionals were some of the best... Oh, stop going on about the 1970s. And no, it wasn't. Semolina is the coarse purified wheat middlings of Durham wheat. There you are. I rest my face. Middlings. You believe that?
Dreadful.
Children were... they had that inflicted upon them. Middlings. And it wasn't even middling. It was appalling. Let's have Red Hill. Hello, Mark.
Hi, Nick. What is it, the problem you have with British sovereignty, I ask?
What does that mean?
Well, us controlling our own laws, controlling our own borders, fisheries.
Yeah, we do.
Do you have a problem with that, is what I'm asking?
No, we do, though.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it seems like the vote has happened, yet you failed to accept it. What's all going on with that?
Mark, what is it about being in the EU that has... I mean, I'll ask the question. I know I'll get nothing back, but I'll go ahead and ask it anyway. The British sovereignty, what can we do outside the EU that we couldn't do inside the EU?
There's so many possibilities outside the EU we can achieve. Okay, for example, we can control our own trade deals, and that's something you have failed to mention your entire show.
Our trade deals. We had the world's best trade deal. We are just in the process of tearing it up. That's the most ridiculous thing you could possibly have said. We control our own trade. What, like that excellent deal that we've just signed with Japan, you mean? That is going to benefit the economy to the tune of about 0.2%? Like that, you mean? Oh, God. It's like we can control where we go from now on, but we've chopped our own feet off in the process. We were shackled to a Ferrari, and now we've cut our feet off to crawl out of the Ferrari, and now we can really go somewhere. People like that will never, ever, 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 ever admit that they've been had, because it would be too much loss of face. But your future is diminished. Your options are lessened. And it's like that scene out of the Monty Python film, whichever one that was. Life of Brian? No. The one when they were in medieval times. And the knight keeps getting his limbs chopped off and says, and just does not give up. As though he can possibly win. We've lost. You lost. By winning, get over it. The Holy Grail is the correct answer. Wow, it took 3 hours for you to come up with a positive contribution to this show.
Thanks. Got that.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. There had been some reports that the UK was going to be caught in a beast from the east. Well, they called it a polar ice bomb, but, more or less the same. Some reports, in the Mail. But the Gloucester News says that the Met Office says that there's nothing to indicate a cold front is heading towards us from the east. Well, what are they talking about then? Is there or is there not a polar ice bomb?
No.
Senior Met Office... this is the way it's written. This is absolutely priceless. Gloucester News. It says there had been some reports that the UK was going to be caught in a beast from the east, but the Met Office has said there is nothing to indicate a cold front is heading towards us from the east. Senior Met Office press officer Graham said there is nothing to indicate a cold front is heading towards us from the east. That's priceless. Excellent news reporting, the Gloucester News. It actually puts it that way. Brilliant. Looking at the weather pattern over the next week, we can't see anything other than wet, windy and milder weather, which is actually quite difficult to say. I'm doing very well, no?
No.
Wet, windy and milder weather. You try it. Wet, windy weather. The festive period is likely to see more settled conditions, dry weather and sunshine for a time. Wow, sunshine. We could see fog and frost and some cold nights with temperatures around average, but maybe slightly higher. In Gloucester, wherever that is. In other hot stories from Gloucester News, Frangipani Indian restaurant opens in Cheltenham with huge deals. Dobby's Garden Centre in Gloucester to build crazy golf course. And get a gigantic pig in a blanket delivered to your door this Christmas. Which, to be fair, is an advertorial. It isn't actually a pig, it's a sandwich from Subway. Because there's nothing that says Christmas quite like a sandwich from Subway. So, no deal is likely. Now, very, very, very likely. It's very, very likely. Ain't that right, Boris?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
No deal is now very, very likely, said Boris Johnson, who is the Prime Minister of this country. That's never going to seem right. Boris Johnson warned last night as Emmanuel Macron and Angela Merkel refused to talk to him. He called them up and they pretended they weren't in. The Prime Minister declared yesterday that leaving without an agreement would be wonderful for the UK and we'd be able to do exactly what we want. You know, like a child. Look it up on the internet and look in his eyes. He has the look of terror in his eyes these days. Every time he's coming out with this old guff, you can see he doesn't believe it. He's actually a really bad liar, which is odd, because he's had so much practice.
Correct.
You can see behind the artfully distressed hair don't that he doesn't believe any of this. He always looks like a boy who's been caught stealing from the tuck shop and thinks he can talk his way out of getting the cane. Well, you can't. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Ahead of the looming deadline, it was revealed that the French president and the German chancellor rejected Downing Street's request to hold emergency talks on the telephone to break the impasse. Instead, the two most important leaders in Europe demanded that all negotiations are conducted, and I can't say the word negotiations without thinking of Mrs. M. We're still not missing you, Mrs. M. In case you were wondering. The two most important leaders in Europe, which don't include ours, have demanded all the negotiations are conducted through officials in Brussels, which is how people who hold all the cards play the game. Hey, Boris. Johnson and the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen have set a deadline tomorrow to decide whether there is any point continuing negotiations. Isn't it exciting?
No.
I don't think I can stand it anymore. At this point, I don't care if we do die. We just want Brexit. It's thought that the Prime Minister could actually fly to Brussels if he believes that there is a chance of getting a deal, which, to my eyes, will look very much like us crawling across the carpet in supplication. But, of course, will be sold to us as a triumphant invasion of the European Union. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Right, here's that thing that people were whining at me about yesterday, because I said I was going to say it, then I didn't say it.
Stop whining.
Norway, it's a fish thing. God, another one of these fish things.
Oh, no.
Norway could seal off its fishing waters to Britain and European boats from January the 1st because of the stalemate in the Brexit talks. It means that an earlier UK-Norway deal would not take effect. Because we thought we got that whole Norway thing sewn up, because we like the fish that they've got round their parts, but we don't like the fish that we've got round our parts. So Norway now is saying that, oh no, you can't take our fish now. Huh. You do realise that this means war. Or vi steker I kveld, as they say in Norway. Any Norwegians listening? Did I get that right? It doesn't mean this means war in Norwegian. It means something apropos, but not that. Vi steker I kveld. Anyone? Anyone at all? The UK-Norway... It's not rude. Well, I hope it isn't. I've said it twice now. The UK-Norway deal was trumpeted in September as giving UK fishermen access to £32 million worth of seafood in the cod-rich Norwegian waters. Because that tasteless fish is the kind of fish that we like the best. We don't like food that really tastes of anything in this country. We prefer tasteless food. White sliced bread, stuff like that. White sliced bread, you know, fish and chips, stuff like that. We prefer tasteless food, which is odd that virtually our national dish after fish and chips is an Indian curry, which tastes of fire. So the UK-Norway deal, which was trumpeted in September, 32 million quid's worth of seafood is off because of our intransigence, because of all that winning. Hey, are you sick of winning yet, Brexiters? No. They've had a gulletful and still not sick of winning. But, you know, Norway, which is not in the EU, says it now wants a three-way deal before it opens up its waters. It wants a three-way deal with us, itself, and the EU, meaning that the Brexit impasse could scupper the earlier agreement. Hey, Brexiters, are you listening to this? Norwegian fisheries minister is called Odd. I'm not making that up. ODD, that's his first name. The Norwegian fisheries minister is called Odd. Isn't that odd? Odd Emil Ingebrigtsen. They have way too many syllables in their names. They could just cut them in half. I mean, you know, conserve. Odd Emil Ingebrigtsen says, and whenever Norway or Iceland, which is even worse, are playing football, I feel really sorry for the football commentators. I mean, how do they keep all that stuff in their minds? They must be geniuses. Maybe they could do a trade deal for us. Odd Emil Ingebrigtsen says, if we do not get a deal by January the 1st, we will not open Norway's economic fishing zones to vessels from the EU and Britain. Norway's part of the European single market and negotiates with the European Union about granting access to their respective waters. You know, they fish over there, and the EU fish in Norwegian waters, where all that good cod is, and Norway fishes in the EU waters, where they've got... I don't know. I don't know. What are you asking me for? What do I know about fish? Since Britain's vote to leave the EU, Norway now negotiates directly with us. And isn't that going well? No. It's almost as though this whole Brexit thing isn't as easy as everybody said it would be. It's almost as though it's complicated. Who could have thunk it? What do you think, Smee?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
So we don't need Norway fish. All that smelly cod that we hate so much. We'll have patriotic mackerel and herring, which is what lives around these parts. Hands up who wants Her Britannic Majesty's herring and chip supper. Keep your hands up while I count. No one. When we came to an agreement with Norway, the Environment Secretary, George Eustace, which rhymes with useless, I'm just saying that it rhymes with... It's just a fact. It rhymes with useless. He said, the agreement is testament to our commitment to acting as a cooperative, independent coastal state. Yeah, but they aren't cooperating anymore because we decided to leave the EU. So now Norway is having to agree a deal with the EU and us. Not a two-way deal, a three-way deal. Which is one too many for an easy life. We're in a threesome.
Disgusting.
And Boris Johnson is still pretending that he cares about fish and the fishing communities that he and the Conservative Party have, up to this point, accidentally failed to show any interest in whatsoever. And to which they now pledge their undying attention because, I don't know, Britannia rules the waves. Some fake patriotic nonsense that pleases the flag wavers. We want to tear up deals that we did with foreign fishing fleets to which we sold our quotas for money, and now we want them back, and we want to keep the money. That sounds like the way the mafia do business.
Absolutely.
This text says, 80s music was great. Well, two things. First, oh no, it wasn't. And second, what's that got to do with anything? 80s music was rubbish. Any fool know that. It was the worst decade ever, apart from the 90s and the noughties and the 2010s. William texts, the Greens are being very quiet about this fish issue. What with all the conservation challenges involved? Well, what's that got to do with anything as well? 2 in a row on the Nicky Abbott Show. The Greens are being very quiet about this fish issue. Well, what's anything got to do with the Greens? I mean, does anybody actually remember that the Greens even exist? I know I don't. But thanks for the memories. The Greenies. Yeah, they're still a thing, apparently. Lucas texts, you really don't like tasteful foods. You really don't like tasteful foods. How can prefer chicken breast over delicious and fat chicken legs? How can you prefer chicken breast over delicious and fat chicken legs? Well, because chicken breasts, you could convince yourself that it was never attached to a living thing. Right? But there's no way around chicken legs. Poor little chooks. I knew it was coming and it still made me laugh. Hull, Charles.
Hi, Nick. Hope you're keeping in fine fettle.
Yes.
As they say.
Do they? Who says?
Well, generally.
What's fettle?
Do you know what? I don't know, and I come from Yorkshire.
Okay, Google. What's fettle mean?
This is the definition of fertile.
No, not fertile. Oh, my God. Google's an idiot. It doesn't know anything, Google. Fertile, not fertile, you moron. Fettle. Anyway, we'll never know. Was that it?
Oh, no. Boris's gunboat diplomacy.
Yeah,
Yeah, you see, when he was 9 years old, there was a cod war, and we sent the Royal Navy in to sort out the Icelandics who didn't like us, fishing in their waters.
Yes.
I know. It didn't work out well.
Not very well, no.
The Icelandics found out that we would shoot across their bows, but we wouldn't actually put a shell in their ships.
Right. Well, don't tell us.
So,
spoiler alert.
So what happened was that they laughed at us, and they laughed at the Royal Navy, because we were paper tigers on the high seas.
Right, laughing at us. In Icelandic.
Yeah. I mean, it was, and also Hull's fishing industry, it halved in 73, 74, halved again 74, 75, and halved again 75, 76.
Have you still got that submarium in Hull?
Yes, it's still going. It's the only piece of water that's got fish in it, apparently.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell me it was the world's first submarium. And
yes.
Which is not really a great selling point, because nobody has any idea what a submarium is.
Exactly, yeah. Even we don't know, and we come from here.
Have you been there? Have you been in it?
Yes, I have.
Were there any?
In actual fact,
listen to me.
Good. You can see. You can go down.
Not remotely interested in anything
the
I'm saying.
ocean area.
Yeah. Down by the seaside, by the seashore. Yeah, I know. Is there any fish in there yet?
No. There's a bit. You'd like
fish.
to think the odd shark, but
yeah. Because when I went in there, which was a good long while ago, I must admit it was when I was living in Leeds. I took a day out in Hull, which I can definitely recommend. It didn't have any fish in there. There was tanks, right enough, and the tanks had water in, and they had videos of fish, but no actual real-life fish, which I think is an error for an aquarium or a submarium, whatever that is.
It sounds like the big scandal of Hull.
You can say that again, yeah. All right, thanks for the good news. Cheers, Charles. Charles, 0345 6060 973. Right, here comes the information. This is your information station.
Affirmative.
Fettle, noun, meaning condition. Use it in a sentence. Marguerite was in fine fettle. Marguerite? Where did that come from?
Google.
That's, I mean, of all the names in all the world, they picked Marguerite. Marguerite. That's bizarre. Not John or Mary, Marguerite. I mean, that is just willfully perverse. Patrick texts, we the public think the vaccine is a hoax. We still await your genius solution to the COVID-19 problem. Again, what's that got to do with what I'm talking about? But it's not gone away. I just thought we might like, a bit of relief, a bit of light relief from the blooming invisible menace. And so we'll talk about our imminent death at the hands of the French in World War III. Just a little chit-chat like that. Milan texts, Harrods contributes more to the UK economy than the fishing sector. Another inconvenient fact leavers will ignore. Well, how many times have I said that? Over and over and over again. Exactly how many times have I said that?
4?
More. Yeah, the shop. Furthermore, it employs more people than the fishing business in this country. Harrods are the shop. Why were all those kids trying to get into Harrods the other day? I mean, I know this is like a week-old news, but there was a crowd of about, it looked like about 1,000 kids who all wanted to get into Harrods. Kids, you can't afford anything in there. Go to Primark. Let's have Beverly. Mike.
Hi, Nick.
It's just weird that it's just weird. I'm sorry. It's bizarre that they've got a place called Beverly. Isn't it? What kind of a name is that for a place?
Well, it was initially thought as being Beaver Lake, but that's been sort of trashed in a little historical method. But
let's keep it clean.
Yeah, I know. But anyway,
but it's like calling a place Mike or John.
Yeah, or
Beverly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You were talking about Boris trying to get in touch with Macron and Merkel.
Yeah.
But did you realise that 2 days ago, Digby Pudding Jones had an interview and suggested that Boris should contact Merkel and Macron and cut the middlemen out and yet repeated his claim that the German car industry would, like the cavalry, come over the hill to save us. And then
oh my God, we've been being told this for 4 years now and still nothing.
And he repeated it again that 20% of their sales are in UK, so they couldn't possibly afford.
Yeah, right.
So just go without.
Yeah, sure. They need us more than we need them. They're still trotting that old one out.
Absolutely.
And so Boris Johnson tried to put his advantage, push his advantage home, and rang him up, and they said,
"Hello, number please. Trying to connect you. Sorry to keep you waiting."
And then they hung up on him.
When will he understand that Europe is united in what they're saying?
Yeah.
And they aren't going to back off through a few threats here and there by a single country.
This is how you negotiate when you're holding all the cards. You refuse to negotiate. You say, you can't talk to me, you can talk to my people.
Absolutely.
It's like that old line in Absolutely Fabulous. Somebody was trying to lord it over... what's the main character's name in Absolutely Fabulous? What's that?
Eddie.
Edwina, yeah, that's right. And somebody was trying to lord it over Edwina, says, and their people can talk to my people, and my people can talk to you. Priceless. Well, that's what Boris Johnson's getting right now. No, you can't talk to the Macron and Merkel, Boris. You've got to talk to their people. He's calling them up in a state of advanced desperation. You can see it in his eyes.
Can I ask you a quick question, Nick?
Well, you have to be quick.
Yeah, because I know your psychology background. Have you read Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman?
Certainly not. Is it a book? I'll wait till the video comes out. Good tip. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for holding. Your call's important to us.
That's what Boris Johnson got on the phone when he tried to call Merkel up. Thank you for holding. Your call is important to us. And then the line went dead. Phil in Paul texts, how about just fishing in our own territorial waters, full stop, end of, or am I mad? Well, I'll leave that last part alone. I won't touch that one, Phil. But as for fishing in our own territorial waters, full stop, end of, the issue with that is that we don't like the fish that we catch in our own territorial waters, full stop, end of. We sell it to France. Which means that sending 4 Royal Navy vessels out to pepper French boats with munitions might not be the best idea. And yet that's what we're going to do. It's like we're living in a comedy, you know, one of those bad comedies that's not funny. 4 Royal Navy vessels will be dispatched to Britain's territorial waters if a trade deal is not agreed with the EU. Armed with cannon and machine guns, they'll patrol the English Channel and the Irish Sea to stop illegal fishing. Because who do you think you are kidding, Monsieur Macron, if you think we're on the run? We are the boys who will stop your little game. We are the boys who will make you think again. Oh my God, the flag-waving enthusiasts are going to love this. It's Cod Wars Part 4. You remember the first Cod War and their sequels, Cod Wars 2, 3 and 4? We won every single one of them. We won the last 2? Well, we won the last one, and that's what counts. We lost all 4 of them? Oi. As well as the pride of the naval fleet, Wildcat and Merlin helicopters are also being placed on standby to help with coastal surveillance. Some of them work. And we've got a few pilots, but we couldn't afford the bullets, so we'll just yell at them if they come over here and start nicking our fish. The fish, by the way, that we'll want to sell to the French, because it's mostly mackerel and herring, and that stuff's vile. But don't let that make you think that we're just blowing hot air. We've got our eye on you, Johnny Foreigner. It's Trump-like, isn't it? That's exactly what this is. It's Trump-like. Once again, the government are led by the principle, what would Donald Trump do? Donald Trump would call up someone to bully them into taking a deal that they didn't want. And if they don't pick up, he'll call out the Navy. Like a bright orange, doughy, ersatz tough guy.
You're just a lightweight. Don't talk to me that way. I'm the President of the United States. Don't ever talk to the President that way.
And that's what happened. Our Prime Minister tried to speak directly to Emmanuel Macron and Angela Merkel, but the French and the German leaders rebuffed his approach. They saw who it was on caller ID and let it go to voicemail. That's us holding all the cards. Earlier this week, the EU suggested it would continue to enjoy the same access as it does now for at least another year, even under no deal. But you know what? They've been fishing those waters for about 60 years now. This isn't new. 60 years, pretty much. And it can't just stop overnight because we're having a flag-waving fit. It's completely unreasonable. But I think being unreasonable is our modus operandi. We are unreasonable, and then we accuse the other side of being unreasonable. It's classic deflection technique. Just if you are guilty of criminal actions, accuse the other side of criminal actions, like Donito Mussolini.
Don't be rude.
Earlier this week, that's what the EU suggested. And we said, we gave it all that. I'm amazed the EU hasn't chucked us out. Never mind about us leaving. I'm actually stunned, the more I read, that we haven't been thrown out for being a bore. But in short, we are not going to war with France. So that lot in Union Jack underwear can take a seat. It's not going off. I mean, if we couldn't beat Iceland, we can't beat France. Hell, if we went to war with Iceland, the supermarket, we'd probably lose. But, that doesn't stop the usual suspects from having a multiple organism.
Disgusting.
Just at the very idea. The Navy's threatening to deploy 2 Batch 1 vessels and 2 Batch 2 vessels, which are almost 300 feet in length and weigh 2,000 tons. Batch 1 vessels are equipped with 20mm cannons and 7.62mm machine guns, which is about 3'6", in proper British measurements. Why are proper British ships being measured in filthy foreign measurements? They've also got 30mm Mk44 Bushmaster cannons, which is my favourite type of Bushmaster cannon. A Navy source says it's highly unlikely you'll get a couple of those at sea on New Year's Day. No, wait, he said it's it's not unlikely, likely. Well, if a Navy source said it's highly likely, then let's assume that it won't happen. They'll start the engine and the battery will be flat. But, it doesn't matter because it gave the gammons a thrill bordering on sexual. Hurrah, let's kill them all. In other news, our lot have made such a cock-up of the virus that we put 14,000 military personnel on standby to help with the rollout of the coronavirus vaccines. And they'll need to dig people out when the winter kicks in and surprises us all, as it does every single year. And we'll need the military to respond to what's going to happen with a no deal, when they'll have to start opening fire on lorry drivers for peeing in hedges and befouling Kent. God, what a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Oh, and by the way, if it does come to it, the UK Navy has 78 commissioned ships, including one that's a tourist attraction called the HMS Victory. 78 ships, 33,000 regular personnel and 174 aircraft. France, on the other hand, has 36,000 personnel and 180 ships and 178 aircraft, all of which are bigger numbers than ours. 0345 6060 973, text 84850, email nick@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Let's have a call in Monmouth. Hello, Mel.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Mel.
Yes, I'm on the border between Wales and England, surprisingly.
Ah, yes.
So Wales will probably be going independent soon or whatever.
Hurrah.
Which is, who knows? But, Nick, I was just thinking, could you just put into, one or two sentences why anyone should have voted to leave? Because I can't get my head around it.
Yes, well, I'll give you the sentences that keep getting thrown at me all the time, because we want to... Well, there's the phrase that has gone around on an email, and all Tory politicians just keep on... They're on... it's on heavy rotation. We want to take back control of our laws and our money and our... what's the other one? Fish? Probably.
But we have... Yeah, okay, so the first two... Right, we have control over those.
You don't have to break it down for me. I know it's a load of old guff.
You know more than me.
No, I don't know anything. But I do know that that's just a big basket of nonsense.
Okay. So, I don't understand it, really, because we weren't in... We weren't, because we're out of the EU now. We weren't in Schengen, so we had control over our borders. We could let in whoever we wanted to or not.
Correct.
Unlike the rest of Europe.
Yes.
And we had control over all our laws. The European Court of Human Rights is nothing to do with our laws.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter how many times you tell people that, they won't believe you because it's got the word European in it.
But am I being stupid or have I missed something here?
Someone's being stupid, Mel. I'm not sure who it is. I could point fingers, but, you know.
But I just really can't understand it.
No, it's nothing to really understand. It's not about facts. It's about feelings, baby. People feel that their lives have not gone as well as they wanted them to, which is perfectly reasonable, because by and large, people do not live a fantastic and brilliant life. Most of us have a very average life. That's why it's average.
I do too. I have an average life.
Yeah, but you're surrounded by pictures and information of people who have fabulous lives. And so this leads people to being dissatisfied. So they search around to find whose fault it is that they are dissatisfied. Just let me finish the sentence. And usually it is a small identifiable minority of people who either look different to you or talk different to you or worship different to you, or, you know, somebody that you can say, those people there. But in this case, it's much bigger than that. It's much better than that, because it comes with all sorts of notions about being under the thumb and lacking sovereignty. Sovereignty. You know, we're going to be in charge of our own direction, like a rudderless ship blown about on the seas, no direction home.
I just kind of, the sovereignty thing, I can't even go there. It's ridiculous. But I don't know. It's just, I wish somebody in anybody who's got a name in politics could just actually stand up and say, what have you voted against? Why did you want to leave? Why?
Because of the feeling that things would get better if that's what they did. Because people were told that. People were told, it was sold a bunch of old tripe by people who were not going to suffer the consequences of what's happening.
I know that, but it just, I mean, I think this is all kind of where we are now, was we could have predicted. Well, you predicted, I predicted, like months ago.
Yeah.
But I do think it's quite scary that there are still people who are going, no, sorry, I shouldn't do northern accent or anything, but, you know, we want our sovereignty back.
Yeah.
We want control of our waters. We want to fish, we want to fish. No,
yeah. I've had this conversation maybe 1,000 times over the last 4 years. People will say, we want control of our laws because they're controlling our laws. And, like I said yesterday, my response will, you don't have to tell me, Mel, my response will always be, well, which law specifically? Just give me one that you object to. And there'll be an echoing silence, and they'll say, all of them. Meaning they've got no idea. They're just repeating catchphrases that they've heard from their favourite cult leaders. Mel, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that. 0345. Don't overthink it. There's nothing to think. It's all about feelings. Do you feel that you're being held back? It doesn't matter whether you are or not, or whether life is just one series of events that either are or are not lucky, which is exactly what life is. It is the feeling that you're being dragged down, which always works, by the way. Those of evil intent, the people that do actually control the media, which are not left-wing liberals, by the way, it's the opposite of that. The people who actually control the media, it's in their interests to keep you concerned about the people beneath you on the ladder, pulling you down. But that's not what's happening. It's the people above you on the ladder that are pushing you down. But you can't tell people.
Well, let's get back to it.
This anonymous text says, Brian was complaining about you to Clive this morning. Oh, God. Hey, you, Brian, leave that Clive alone. Graham in Bradford says, Beverley has one of the finest minsters in the country with exquisite wooden carvings in the choir. It's also got interesting antiques centres. Wow, that sounds like a fascinating place.
Boring!
And Alex in Glasgow says, Rick Astley was in the 80s and he was good. I'm not going to have a fight with you about this. The 80s was the worst decade for music in the history of music. It's just a fact. Here's a call in Balham. Jürgen.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Jürgen.
So, getting a friend's phone.
Woo! Oh, wow. That was even better than the one I did yesterday. Did I get any on you? Oh, wow. Oh, I'm in ecstasy. Sorry, Baz. Jürgen.
You all right?
Yes, I am. I'm better than all right, mate. I'm floating. I am.
Excellent. Right. The French, quotas, if they own the quotas for our fishing, right?
Yeah.
Are they maybe going to have them queue up to come in? I mean, how's that going to work? I mean, if there's hundreds of fishing boats and 4 Navy boats, how are they going to check every boat to see which one can be there and which one can't?
You know how large our waters are? 3 times the size of the landmass of the UK. 3 times. How are they going to police that with 4 boats?
Build a wall. I don't know.
Right. Okay. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Holden tweets, there is a Shirley near Southampton. Well, what's she doing there? Loitering, I expect.
Disgusting.
You want to watch that, Holden? Bring the neighbourhood down. Steve says fettle comes from Stoke, as it's a term for finishing off pottery in production. Huh. The stuff you learn on this show. It's like an education, ain't it?
No.
Here is Slough. Ugh. Hello, Christine.
What, Slough? What do you get? That's where I live.
Yeah, but it's a word for shedding skin, isn't it? You slough your skin off. Imagine calling a place that.
I know, I agree with you. but I still live here.
Right.
And it's not...
Well, that's very brave of you.
Well, actually, I live in Datchet, not Slough. But
Right,
Slough
well, you don't want to say
postcode.
Slough, you want to say Datchet.
All right, then. But the postcode's Slough, and a lot of snobs say, oh, no, we live in Datchet,
Datchet,
not Slough.
actually, yeah.
Right. So I was just thinking, now that we know exactly what Brexit means, and it's nothing to do with sovereignty, it's nothing to do with getting our borders back, it's a big lie that Johnson won the referendum and the vote on, is absolute pack of lies to the country. He ought to be ashamed of himself. And we should have another referendum now that we know what we're going to have.
No, I can't stand it.
We're going to be in deep poverty. And I think we probably ask Rees Mogg to ask his nanny if it's all right.
All of the people that have gifted this,
isn't he, these days?
yeah, all of the people that have gifted us this situation will not be affected by the consequences. They'll be doing just fine. In fact, a lot of them will be doing better than fine. When the referendum came about, isn't it a coincidence that a lot of people who were putting money towards the campaign to get us out of the EU were also betting on that circumstance doing damage to the economy, and they made a boatload of money.
That's right. How about getting that back from them?
Yeah.
You know, using the its country's economic and political stance to make money out of the poor.
See,
so
I think
they'll be fine, but we'll be starving.
Exactly.
We won't have...
Quite right. I think that's traitorous behaviour. I mean, it's profiteering.
Well, profiteering in a bad way against the people, not profiteering for... it's not profiteering against the taxman. It's profiteering on the blood of the people of this country and lying to them. Yeah. And because he won the vote on a big, big lie, and he's been caught with his pants down now, he should now say, sorry.
Yeah, well, you hold your breath, Christine. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. We won't hear him say this.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I mean, I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
Plus, I think he's the clown at the front. He's not the architect of this. He's just the distraction at the front, waving his arms around and trying to be amusing, while the actual machinations are cranking away in the background. The people who have gifted this to us, they don't even live here anymore. Those that did live here have scarpered to tax havens abroad.
Yes, like Singapore.
But yeah, places like Singapore, precisely right. And those who haven't scarpered never lived here in the first place.
Exactly. So the people have to wake up and not keep on. I don't know why the media and the people are just sort of saying, oh, well, we'll have to wait and see what the next thing and what's coming along.
I'll tell you why.
And then you get things like people saying, oh, we're going to have our gunboats for
I'll tell you why,
fishing.
Christine. I'll tell you why. Money. It's all about the money, honey. While we all suffer, the pound has dropped a quarter since before the referendum, both against the EU euro and the American dollar. A quarter it's dropped.
I don't know how he's got the barefaced lies to stand there and say, "Oh, we'll be all right because we'll have to leave without a deal."
Maybe he's using the royal we. He'll be all right.
Yes, exactly.
It's the rest of us that are screwed.
We used to actually storm the House of Parliament, like the French did the Bastille, and like the peasants did the Bastille, to make the aristocratic French realise that we've had enough.
Yeah, I think we should storm the Houses of Parliament to avail ourselves of all of that subsidised drink and food.
Booze.
Exactly.
Exactly, blues.
Yeah. All right.
What's her name? Would say your partner. What's her name again?
Carol McGiffin.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I love that.
Maria in Balham says, "How about not fishing anywhere and leaving the fish to live in peace?" Yes, Maria, that's right. I mean, fish are people too, you know. Robert texts, Nick, does every, quotes, sovereign state, not a member of a common fisheries arrangement, have gunboats out patrolling their waters? Is our government overreacting, or is this purely for the benefit of the dingalings? Yeah, we got our own dingalings. Yeah. In fact, Chuck Berry needs to start singing that song straight away. I haven't heard that in, oh my God, it must be 30 years. He used to do that on television in the evening. My Ding-a-ling, he was singing.
Disgusting.
You believe that? That's what passed for family entertainment in the bad old days. A bloke on TV talking about his ding-a-ling. Singing about it yet. This text says, Nick, our Navy, Army and Air Force are there to defend this nation. Going by you, we are alone in the world with no friends. So why shouldn't we be sending out our forces to protect us? You would probably like us all to roll up in a ball and plead for forgiveness. That's what I want, yeah. Because there is no alternative between picking a fight with our closest trading partner and rolling into a ball and pleading for forgiveness. Those are your only options. The whole world's gone insane. Here is Seaford, East Sussex. Hello, John.
Good evening, Nick. I was just listening to you a little while back about you were talking about EU laws, and I just happened to look up the actual legislation here, and I'm not sure you're actually absolutely correct about it. It says here, as a member of the European Union, Section 2 of the European Communities Act 1972 made provision for EU legislation to become law in the UK. EU legislation was directly applicable to the UK, which meant that it applied automatically in UK law without any action required by the UK. So that does kind of suggest that EU law could override our law by being automatically applied. Is that not what you were saying?
No, it's not what I was saying.
Right, but that is the case then. So EU law was automatically...
But it's not the end of the case, though, is it? We can apply whatever laws we decide.
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure, John.
Right.
Sure, Nick. But the thing is, at the end of the day, it states quite clearly under the legislation.gov UK.
Yeah, 1973. Right.
Well, this is the European Act of Communities Act 1972. 1972.
Right, 2.
Yeah, Section 2 of the European Communities Act 1972.
Are you just going to repeat what you just said?
Well, no, because you said 1973, that was all. So I was just...
Well, I thought that's what you said. It doesn't really make any difference. 72, 73, it's ancient history.
It does say automatically applied, you see? That's what I'm saying.
But then we can do whatever we want, though. We can allow people in as we choose, and we can... it's like they just said if we hadn't been for Brexit, then we wouldn't have been able to get the vaccines out so quick, which was another barefaced lie. It had nothing to do with the European Union. We could do anything we blooming well liked concerning a vaccine in a pandemic.
Hang on, Nick. Do I get a chance to speak here or not?
I thought you had.
Well, you didn't give me much of a chance, did you? All I was trying to point out to you was that the EU can apply laws.
Are you going to repeat yourself again?
Well, because you're just going off on a tangent again, aren't you? I'm just
no. It's not a tangent. It's another example of what it is you're talking about. You're saying you're making the point that in your eyes, the European Union has complete control over us. And I'm saying that's utter hogwash, and they've been trying to persuade us that that's the case for the last 4 years. Whereas the people that are saying this either, A, don't know that they're lying, which is alarming, or know that they're lying. Those are the only two options. Either they're incompetent, or they shouldn't be in power. Those are the only two options we've got. And they both add up to they shouldn't be in power. Do you really think that you had to go back to 1972, John? That's weak. As though nothing has happened since then. This says, gunboats in the Channel to confront French fishermen. This is what it's come down to. The right-wing tabloids will love it, of course. You bet they will. That's what sells papers. War. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Gunboats in the Channel to confront French fishermen. This is what it's come down to. The right-wing tabloids will love it, of course. Meanwhile, we commit a degree of economic self-harm that is incalculable and become an international laughingstock. Step forward and take a bow, the two Bullingdon boys. Yes, take a bow, boys. You've done very well.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Out of it. They're not going to suffer the consequences. All of the people that have gifted this to us, to the nation, will not suffer the consequences of their actions. They won't. We will. They won't. 0345 6060 973. Is he still hanging on? Are you still there, John?
Well, you didn't give me much of a chance.
Oh,
Nick,
my
did
God.
You? Because you went
you just kept repeating the same thing.
Well, you don't give a person any chances, Nick. You just
I gave you 3 chances, and you just said the same thing 3 times. Is there anything else you would like to say?
Well, only that I think you tend to override all your...
Oh, okay, so it's just like a complaint. Okay, put your general complaints on a postcard. Oh, I'm doing a show here. This is not a complaints forum. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, that's what we want. 3 hours of that guy. Did you know that in 1972, in Section 3, subparagraph 4... Bethnal Green. Hello, Harry.
Hello, is that you, Nick?
No.
All right, it's me then. Okay. Yeah, you know, one of your callers, a woman, she said she didn't know why we voted to leave in the first place. She wanted to know if anybody knew. Well, it's all over immigration, wasn't it? Because Nigel Farage, UKIP party, came on the scene, and it was all about immigration. Too many people coming in from Europe. So the government got worried about it, Cameron, and he sent out leaflets, didn't he? And that's what it's all about, immigration.
Yeah.
That's what. But you said to her, you didn't seem to know. You were saying about there was nothing when they sent the pamphlets out. Cameron sent them out. There was nothing in it about level playing fields, fishing, anything like that.
No,
it was all to do with he was trying to persuade people to remain, saying that we were the only country in the EU who's got control of our own borders. That was a lie anyway, wasn't it? But he made it a double-sided question because people think, what he meant was immigration from outside Europe. So you didn't seem to know.
But Harry, if you say that out loud, as you just have done, you will get a tsunami of complaints of people who voted to leave who say it didn't have anything to do with immigration.
Well, they don't have my address anyway, do they? I haven't got an email address. I've got an iPad.
Right. Well, get you with your fancy computer device. He's called Harry, and he lives in Bethnal Green. They'll find you, Harry. Don't you worry about that. Yeah. No, they'll be furious. about immigration. Of course it's not. It had nothing to do with the UKIP.
The arguments that UKIP stands for aren't valid.
It was about some old nonsense about taking back control, as though we didn't have control.
It has gotten totally out of control.
As though we didn't have control of the way that this country is going. Now, of course, we don't have control. This is how ironic it is. The argument was that we would take back control, but we have no control now. We're going to be bobbing about on the ocean wave, a rudderless ship being blown about by countries that are in enormous trading blocs. The entire world is deciding which gang it wants to be in. And all of the major economies are in gangs now. And the ones that aren't are furiously scrambling to try to find a gang to be in. We're going to be Johnny No-Mates in the school playground getting picked on by people who are in gangs. People smaller than us individually will be able to boss us around in gangs. The whole world is organising itself into trading blocs. It's doing this because it makes life easier for people to trade, and it makes countries richer by doing it. Only one country in the world is going in the opposite direction. Only one country on earth thinks that a better future is to bob about on the sea shouting at foreigners that they should do what we say. It seems like all of our eggs were in Donald Trump's basket. We expected that he would give us a huge and tremendous trade deal because he was put in place by, coincidentally, the same people that gave us Brexit. The same few billionaires, the same few faces, they crop up all the time over Trump and Brexit. It's not a Boris Johnson who's the architect. He's just the clown at the front waving his arms around to distract us from what's actually going on here. It's like a coup. And we could have got a trade deal with the screaming Mimi in America, except he wasn't interested in anything other than himself. So we were last on his list. You know, everybody was freaking out about Obama. You remember Obama, don't you? Yeah, that's right. He said something of the order of we would be at the back of the queue. Well, with Donald Trump, everybody is at the back of the queue. Unless they can give something to Donald Trump, which usually amounts to, the folding stuff. So we could have got a deal with him, except he wasn't interested in doing a deal with anybody that would not benefit himself personally immediately. So we were last on his list, so we got nothing. He had 4 years to do us a deal. And he passed, much to the increasing panic of this government, who were relying on that. A huge trade deal with America. And now the wheels have really come off, and suddenly there's going to be a reasonable, sane man in the White House. And he won't do deals that are designed to enrich himself. He's not a con man, like Fat Donny. Ain't that right, Donito?
Don't be rude.
And the best deal for America is obviously with the European Union, because that's where the money is. This special relationship that we kid on ourselves, that we enjoy with America, it doesn't exist. I mean, as though they don't talk to other countries. There's no such thing, special relationship, my eye. They have a special relationship with the European Union because the US and the EU do trade to the tune of about $1.1 trillion a year. Trillion. That's a number that's so big, I don't even know what it is. The US and the UK do trade of about 273 billion a year. And fact fans, 1.1 trillion is a lot bigger number than 273 billion. I mean, which would you prioritise? So we're leaving the EU because of some old guff about taking back control, which was to cover up the actual it of it, which, as Harry just said, was about immigration. But, I mean, what control does anybody really think that we will wield in the face of all of these enormous trading blocs? Well, what power will we have trying to tell the EU what to do, for instance? I mean, how's that going?
Oh, fabulous.
I mean, there's these trading blocs that are cropping up all over, and they're defined by proximity. I mean, they're all combining countries that are natural trading partners with each other because of how close they are. And the EU was the world's biggest trading bloc. Until, after 8 years of negotiations, it was supplanted by RCEP, which is the first time I've actually said that out loud, which sounds borderline rude. RCEP. RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. 10 Southeast Asian countries, plus South Korea, China, Japan, Australia and New Zealand. It makes up pretty much a third of the world's population. They account for 29% of global gross domestic product. How do you think that we will shout at them to do what we want? And then there's the North America Free Trade Agreement. Canada, Mexico, the United States, the world's largest economy. How much heft do you think we will have negotiating with that lot? And there's Mercosur. Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, Venezuela, all close together on a map. You could throw a blanket over the lot of them. And there's the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Indonesia, Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, Vietnam, Brunei, Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia. If they were any closer together, it would be an orgy.
Disgusting.
And as far as I can tell, all of the major economies in the world, only India is not in a free trade bloc. Maybe we could join up with India. I mean, after all, they're only 4,700 miles away. We could cut the tariffs on the entire lot of the trade that we do with India, which amounts to £8 billion, and it wouldn't amount to a hill of beans. You know, we've had 14 separate trade committees with India. Don't ask me how long it took. Blooming ages. And in all that time, they've managed to do a deal that has amounted to boosting the economy of this country by £250 million a year. £250 million a year. That's what we got out of all that. It's about as much as the Tories gave to a financial advisor for face masks. You know, a person with no previous experience, but, weirdly, a close connection to the Tory party. 250 million quid. That'll buy you some gowns that aren't up to the job. A £250 million boost to the economy, courtesy of looser trade with India. Great. We could put up a cycle lane down your high street with that kind of money. But they do have a lot of tea. So there's that.
Absolute tosh.
This says... don't sit on the fence, Uncle Nige. Tell us what you think. This says, I don't understand why they've sent out war boats. I guess fishing techniques have changed. Yeah, that's right. If those fish even think about swimming away from our waters into filthy French foreign waters, we'll kill them. It's the only kind of language these fish understand. Chester. Hello, Chris.
Hi, Nick. Bit nervous because it's the first time I've ever phoned up a radio station.
Yeah, I'm nervous too. It's absolutely terrifying, isn't it?
Anyway, that guy that phoned up a couple of things, going on about quoting his things about the EU, we had a veto. I'm sick of listening to people who don't know what they're talking about. We had a veto, Nick, didn't we? We didn't have to accept any law that we were not happy with, you know.
Yeah, we had, like I said before, I'm amazed that the EU didn't chuck us out.
Yeah.
We've been very bad members.
I lived in Germany for 10 years. My daughter's German. I mean, I love Europe. I feel absolutely ashamed of this behaviour, you know. But I was looking at something online this morning, this guy, and he was saying apparently he made a complete arse of himself. Old Boris. He walked into that meeting.
Yeah. It sounds like him, yeah.
With Ursula. He said, I can't prove this, but the whispers are coming out. He said, basically, he insulted Barnier behind his back. He said it made a joke about him being French, and she just gave him a stern look and said, have you got any new proposals, Prime Minister?
And he said...
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah. And the rest of the meal went...
badly.
You know, along in a embarrassed silence. Yes. I mean, he's a disaster. He's an absolute... He can't even tie his tile properly.
Well, that's part of his carefully honed image. That's not an accident. That's his image, which he protects. Even the cenotaph, you know, on the 11th, Remembrance Sunday. Even then, he did not put a comb through his hair because his image is that important to him.
Well, apparently he was drunk and he put the wreath upside down, didn't he? Apparently so.
I don't know about
that. And the BBC flipped it to another year, or they edited it out or something.
Well, that sounds like tinfoil hat conspiracy theory nonsense. Drunk, you say?
Booze.
Huh.
Well, hungover. He looked a bit worse for wear.
Well, he always looks worse for wear. There was a picture of him with Barnier and Ursula von der Leyen.
Yeah.
And he was standing there. He looked like he just slept in a skip. God, it was embarrassing. Benny Hill was trending on Twitter because that's who he looked like.
All he's good for, I don't know if you ever read Marina Hyde in The Guardian.
Yes.
She's absolutely, and John Grace. And there's yourself and what's his name?
James O'Brien.
Yes, and they're the only people that keep me sane through this nonsense. And apparently, it's just, all he's good for is giving after-dinner speeches to drunken right-wing businessmen. That's about it.
He keeps coming out with these dopey jokes. It's excruciating. My toes have curled up like I'm wearing Aladdin's slippers.
Anyway, before I leave, Nick, because I know you've got...
very busy, yeah.
To cheer you up, I read something online and I had to laugh. They were all taking the mickey out of Boris's appearance. It was a Guardian thing in the comments. And this guy said, if my dog had a face like Boris Johnson, I'd shave his backside.
Okay. Just in time.
Disgusting.
Okay, phew. Boy, am I on the ball today, eh?
Yes.
Thanks a lot, Chris. 0345 6060 973. Shave is what now? Mark says you could get a financial expert on, an expert of anything, and the cultist Brexiters will call and tell you need to believe more. If only everyone believed together, we could all fly to the moon. Yeah, it's my unpatriotic, traitorous non-belief that's the issue. Yeah. I mean, it is a little bit sad. If it was just, in inverted commas, Brexit, then it would be bad enough. But it's just Brexit and the catastrophic clown show that has been our reaction to the invisible menace, the virus. Both at the same time, I don't know we can actually survive this. It's not going to be pretty. People think that 2020 has been bad. You wait till 2021.
Oh, no.
The ramifications of everything that's happened in 2020 will be felt next year. Just because the date clicks over doesn't mean anything. Nothing's going to change. It's odd, isn't it, that we feel it will. That somehow, just because that's the way we've organised our calendar, that things are going to be completely different. We'll step through the portal into next year, and we can slough off. There's slough again. Slough off 2020 as though it didn't exist. We'll put on a new set of clothes, and it'll be a bright new future. It's just a point in space. I mean, think of it as just a line that we're hurtling towards, and it's getting closer and closer. I mean, we've still got a way to go, but at this speed, we'll be there before you know it. We're spinning and hurtling through space at the same time. Blimey, it's amazing we don't all fly off. And the reason that we don't fly off is, as any scientist will tell you, because of magnets. That's why we don't fly off into space. Magnets. Did you know that? It's a fact. And even if it's not true, it doesn't prevent it from being a fact. Joan in Putney texts, the best description I ever heard of Boris was that he looks like he's brushed his hair with a wet lollipop. Yeah, that he then put back in his mouth. Yes. This says, we are not trying to control the EU. They do what they want. All we are doing is saying we're now controlling ourselves. That's all. Yes, that's the fantasy, but as I previously explained, that is not the reality. We will not be controlling ourselves. We will essentially be doing whatever these giant world trading blocks want us to do, because they have all the power. And we now on exit from what was the biggest trading bloc in the world, which has only just been supplanted, we will be, what power do you think we'll have in the face of all of that, all of those people and all of that money? Zero power. It's amazing. We were on top of the heap, and we've organised to go down. It's like snakes and ladders. We've been climbing the ladder and climbing the ladder and climbing the ladder, and we're going up and up and up and up and up. And as a decision of national self-harm, we thought, hey, I wonder what it's like down this big snake. And now we're all the way down, back down the bottom again, but we're still trying to yell as loudly as we did before. It's just that this time, nobody's listening. They're not even taking our call.
Wait.
It seems like we've been waiting for a dog's age. Waiting and doing nothing in expectation of everything to work out just fine. I think that's been the case with business. It's been the case with government as well, even though they are supposed to be the ones that are aware of what's happening around here. I mean, nobody's really prepared because people just can't believe that they're in a slow-motion car wreck. They think that we'll pull away from the curb just in time to avoid disaster. I half expect that to happen. I will be kind of surprised if I'm sitting here this time tomorrow and we've just been delivered the news that, right, that's it, it's no deal. Wouldn't you? I am expecting that Boris Johnson will say, finally, the EU have capitulated to our demands. And the EU will have done no such thing, but that's going to be the way that he's going to try and sell it to us. We win! Hurrah! And then he'll just, do his usual routine of saying something in Latin and talking about Greek gods, shoving his Etonian education down our throats. Yeah, we know you went there, Boris. But I'm that's what I'm expecting. Some sort of triumphalist flag-waving nonsense to suggest that the EU have given in to mighty Britannia. Whereas no such thing will have happened, but they'll have, look at Ursula von der Leyen and look at Boris Johnson. Which would you task with running a country? Or a company? Or a bath? Exactly. I think she's looking at Boris Johnson as a parent would a toddler who's thrown itself to the floor in a supermarket and is screaming because Mummy won't buy a chocolate-covered sugar bomb. And Mummy will say, oh, all right then. I think that's where we're at. How about this, though? Just on the news just now, the number of UK customs officials has been boosted by 16.
Oh, fabulous.
16. This is despite the fact that ministers back in 2018 pledged to recruit more than between 3,000 and 5,000 extra customs officials to cope with everything that's going on here. Either whether we get a deal or no deal. They determined that we needed between 3,000 and 5,000 more customs officials, and we've hired, in 2 years, 16 of them. God. The Prime Minister apparently chaired a meeting on Friday afternoon to take stock of no-deal plans. Michael Gove, don't you? Yeah, that's him. Cabinet Office Minister Michael Gove was there. He's been in charge of Brexit preparations. How are they going, by the way?
Dreadful.
16 more customs officials. So if you're thinking of going in or out or trading at a port, I'd start queuing now for delivery in spring. Let's have... where's this one at? Durham. Hello, Elizabeth.
Hello, Nick.
Elizabeth.
Nick, I just wanted to say something different to everything else because you've done a wonderful phrasing of everything that's been going on, and I'm very, very sad. And have been for years now, 4.5 years of this. But I heard this morning that Marine Le Pen, who heads the right type party, she has not, and she's advocated that they leave Europe. she's dropped that idea now, apparently, today.
Really?
Yeah. And I just thought, Brexit's done a lot for her, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, it's done a lot for her, and it's done a lot for her compatriots in this country.
We've got a few idiots in our party.
Not mentioning any names.
And I read a little clip about, we were talking about van der Leyen. Someone said, well, she's a gynecologist, so she took a one look at Boris Johnson, and she knew exactly what it was. There's nothing else I can say to you tonight. You've covered it all.
All right. Thanks a lot, Elizabeth.
You've covered it all. It's wonderful.
All right. Cheers, my dear. This show is teetering on the edge of being bleeped.
Disgusting.
Keep it clean. Mark says, and I read that. Read that one. That one. We're not trying to control anybody else. We're just trying to control ourselves. We want control of our borders and our fish. We just want Brexit. I think that woman that said, I think she summed up the feeling of the nation. We just want Brexit. Actually means, can this please be over and we start talking about something else? Well, the reason I'm talking about it is because I thought I'd take a weekend off from talking about the invisible menace. But, that hasn't gone away. Are we in tier 3 yet? What tier are we in?
2, I think.
What does that mean?
Behaviour.
Yeah, exactly. Precisely right. Yeah, what does that mean? It means, I don't know, something about bubbles. This text says, Nick, it's actually Germany and France who are top of the heap in Europe. Yeah, well, it is now. The undisputed champions of Europe. And Britain, it says, is going to level the status quo. Status quo? Whatever you want.
Rock and roll!
Whatever you want, we can't get. Their new hit. Anyway, what's he going on about? It's actually Germany and France who are top of the heap in Europe, and Britain is going to level the status quo. What does that mean? Well, read on, you idiot, and it might explain. Britain has now the ability to enter other world trading blocs with mutually agreed terms. Yes, but we'll be agreeing terms with a trading bloc. In other words, we will not hold all the cards. We will be at their mercy. Which was one of the big problems about doing a trade deal. I mean, thank goodness we didn't actually get around to doing a trade deal with Donito Mussolini, the screaming Mimi. Because it wouldn't have been good. He's not a nice person.
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
See, even he would admit that. He's a con man and a crook.
Don't be rude.
And the only deal that he thinks is a good deal is one in which he wins and, crucially, everybody else loses. And that's not me saying that, that's him saying that. He said it. So it's a good job that we didn't do a deal while he was, still in a position to throw his weight around, because we'd have been screwed. What just happened there? The whole page just disappeared. Oh, what's this? Merkel wants Britain to crawl across broken glass is the headline in tomorrow's Mail. And I get the feeling that the offshore billionaire press barons think just one more push and we'll get this Brexit over the line. On deadline day for Brexit talks, chances of failure put at 80%. Failure? I think you mean victory, don't you? It says Boris takes control of no-deal planning as UK insider tells MOS. MOS? What, we're doing a deal with the Ministry of Sound now? What have they got to do with it? There was some more on that text. I was remiss in not reading all of it. So here it is from the start. It's actually Germany and France who are top of the heap in Europe, and Britain is going to level the status quo. That still doesn't make sense. Britain has now the ability to enter other world trading blocs with mutually, in capital letters, agreed terms. Well, yeah, I'll restate my case, that the agreed terms will be to our disadvantage because we've got no power compared to the trading blocs that we're going to be trying to negotiate a deal with. I mean, we could pick one country off because we have bigger economies than most countries in the world, but once those economies get together in a gang, then our advantage disappears on the wind like a bad smell. Anyway, it says, get with the programme. What? If the London Stock Exchange crashes, then that would resonate right across the world in their stock markets. Even a numpty should understand that. Well, yeah, of course it would. But we need them more than they need us. It would resonate in this country a lot bigger than it would resonate in their countries. Even a numpty should understand that. Berlin, Adrian.
Good evening. Hello.
Yes, sir.
No, I'm still laughing about the gynecologist joke from before.
Awful.
Hi, Nick. I was just saying, your succinct description of Brexit is something which I haven't heard before. The concept of different gangs and billionaires involved in both America and the UK.
It's like a schoolyard. Everybody's picking a gang, and if you're left on your own, it's actually like what's that game of the chairs? Musical chairs. Yeah, we're left without a chair. Do you have musical chairs in Germany?
Yes. They call it something else.
Something in German, I bet. Yeah.
It's the game which children play.
Yes.
Yes, it's a strange time. We do not understand really why the English are doing this. To understand the mindset is quite hard.
Well, it's yes, and it continues to be difficult to understand because we refuse to get that. It has already cost us dearly. Because people's lives are more or less the same. They don't understand that the pound has actually decreased in value by 25% since this started.
If I may ask your opinion, if Donald Trump had won in November, do you think Boris would have a better gamble at?
I think that the gamble was that Trump was going to win. Yeah.
Yes.
And they didn't want to contemplate him not winning because then one of the wheels would have come off the charabanc. Yeah.
It is. No, I'm just saying how strange it is. The concept of COVID came around, and COVID was probably one of the big contributors to Donald Trump's loss.
Yeah, it is strange, isn't it, that the thing that has caused this year to be the worst in history might actually have saved us from. Well, can you imagine what another 4 years of Trump would have been like?
The world works in strange ways.
Yeah, it certainly does. Yeah.
Thank you for your show. Your show is incredibly entertaining.
Thanks a lot, Adrian. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, another 4 years of Donito Mussolini.
I'll bring us into war.
I would have expected him to do just that. I'm amazed that we weren't in World War III already. That he lost. I thought that the only thing that he can do, that he's got left, is to start World War III. To declare a national emergency, and so the election is off. I bet he just can't believe it. He put those cultists on the Supreme Court, 2 of them, thinking that this is his get-out-of-jail-free card. Which is why he kept saying, well, it's going to go to the Supreme Court. All of those things that he put up, all those demented legal arguments from the lawyers from Crazy Town, like the Addams family's legal team, all that stuff they were coming out with. The Kraken were going to deliver the most devastating legal arguments in history, and the courts were just flicking them away like it was the silliest thing they ever heard. And so Trump was going, we're going to take it to the Supreme Court, like he was going to automatically win if he just puts anything before the people that he gave a job to. Well, guess what, Donnie? You lose. They're not as... I'm kind of surprised that they said no, the people on the Supreme Court, because they're mostly Republican now, and they're mostly like extreme religious types. And the evangelicals love Donald Trump, which does indicate to me that they're not actually religious at all. They're part of a cult. Because what evangelicals come out with is not what Jesus... I mean, I don't know nothing about religion, but I know that Jesus wouldn't be on their side. He's going to stick them all on his to smite list, I betcha. But yeah, and so they call it in America a Hail Mary pass, where as the clock's ticking down to 0 and you're on the losing side, you just chuck the ball to whoever may be in the end zone. God, American football is so dull. How can anybody watch that? But that's what they call it. Basically, it's just a chuck and hope. And he lost. And he's been complaining about it ever since.
I am the most fabulous whiner. And I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
Over and over and over again. God, it's excruciating. In short, for Donald Trump,
The American dream is dead.
Mark text, we should boycott the EU from now on. Oh, for crying out loud. I will be having battered sovereignty and... okay, it's sarcastic. I will be having battered sovereignty and chips with a good dollop of English mustard and a cup of Lock water. Carry on, Britannia, says Mark. Yes. Yeah, I mean, if there was a poster and Boris Johnson was doing his Benny Hill impression on the front and the title of the film was Carry On, Britannia, you think, well, maybe I'll give that a go. That looks funny. Funny to watch, but to be in, not so far. It's a little bit dull, but maybe it'll be all over tomorrow. All over bar the shouting and the screaming. Yeah, but I doubt it. Either we're going to get a deal tomorrow and Boris Johnson is going to pretend that the EU have cravenly capitulated to our demands. We win. Ha-ha, we did have all the cars. Puh, give us all that. Either that will happen tomorrow because the EU have just said, oh, God, just have something. We'll go along with your triumphalism. We won't embarrass you in public, but let's just get it done for the benefit of all of us, because otherwise we're all going to lose. If tomorrow goes around and they actually say, right, that's it, it's over, we're going out with no deal, I will actually be amazed. Won't you? But it's going to happen tomorrow. Or the absolute worst thing that could happen is they'll say, well, let's carry on negotiations.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Please make it stop. I can't stand it anymore. Not that I'm complaining.
Stop whining.
You know me. I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
0345 6060 973. Are you on strike? Put some more stuff. There must be billions of texts and tweets. I think he's in there playing video games. Worcester. Hello, Dave.
Good evening, Nick.
Dave.
The union of what? Well, it was set up to stop stop wars initially, because capitalism can't help itself, competing nations and all the rest of it. God knows we had 2 world wars in the last century. But
because of capitalism.
Well, I mean, competing vile imperial nations that led to world wars. Yes, I mean, it's a complex issue. But
it's a complex issue. You just mischaracterised. It wasn't because of capitalism.
Well, one of the reasons it was to do with the rush for stuff around the world, for commodities around the world that led to World War I.
Yeah, but you could say that that's just greed. But it's not capitalism.
That's capitalism.
No, it isn't. It isn't.
Anyway, but the EU, I wanted to talk about the EU was set up to stop wars initially. That was its kind of main reason. I can't say what the tart, whatever they call it, that pompous word. But it turned into, and that's why people voted to get out, it turned into a greedy, corporate, bureaucratic...
Oh, please. Of all the countries in Europe, we are the greediest and most corporate. What are you talking about?
What is the... Look, what has that union done for the people of this country?
Oh, my God. What have they ever done for us? Are you insane? Half of the stuff we sell on Earth is to the European Union, and half of the stuff we buy is from the European Union.
But that's not the agenda of the union. The union's agenda, right, which we're not talking about, is anti-democratic.
No, it isn't. It's the opposite of that. The European Union is more democratic than we are. We have an unelected head of state which oversees an unelected upper house. Which part of that seems democratic to you? David texts, what's worse, Sadiq Khan negotiating Brexit or Donald Trump retiring to the UK? Oh, please let him not retire to the UK.
You're just a lightweight. Don't talk to me that way. Don't talk to... I'm the president of the United States. Don't ever talk to the president that way.
Although he would add to the gaiety of the nation, just as long as he doesn't have any power, you know. You'd stick him on the news and he'd be flailing his arms about. I think that would be funny. We could get him to present the weather. Wouldn't that be great?
Don't be rude.
Cromwell texts, unfortunately, Bozo was democratically elected by Britain. Who elected von Leyen? Oh, God. She's the president of the Council of the European Union. No, the European Commission. She's a civil servant. You don't elect civil servants. She's not in charge of Europe. Oh, God. It's like E101. I can't go through that again. She's a civil servant. She's not running Europe, Cromwell. But, you know, what's the point? How many times have you got... And see, what gets me is not knowing is fine. But deciding that you know, based on no information of any kind whatsoever, and sticking to that opinion that you just magicked out of the air, regardless of any information that comes your way, is infuriating. It is. I mean, I know people like you, Cromwell, don't like to be called stupid, but I'll do a deal with you. Stop saying stupid things, and people will stop thinking of you as stupid. How about that? This says, you're so negative. Have some faith. If you don't like it, leave the country. It took a while. 2 hours. You don't like it? You want to go over and live in France? Yes. You mean, if I don't agree with you, I should get out of the country? Yeah. Get lost. See, the difference between me and you is I'm actually interested in the future of this country. You, my friend, are only interested in you. That's the difference between me and you. The people who wave flags and protest that they are the true patriots aren't. They are completely self-interested. They're not patriotic at all. They don't give a damn about the country, only themselves. But they have convinced themselves, presumably because of the newspapers they read and the company they keep on the internet, that they are the true patriots. But it's the opposite of that. The people that look around and think, well, you know what, the pound is actually worth... I'll keep saying it, because this is not commonly understood. Look it up. Against both the euro and the dollar, the only two currencies that really matter, the pound is worth 25% less now than it was before the referendum. 25%. I'm not making it up. A quarter has dropped off the value of the pound in your pocket. And you're okay with that? Well, I'm not. I love money. Marietta texts, hi Nick, your friend Jeremy Corbyn has said he's going to make an important announcement at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Any ideas? What, Uncle Jezza? He's going to form a band? He's going to get together with some of the kids, form a dance troupe, perhaps? He's going to release an album of Ken Dodd songs? I've got no idea. Disown his brother? Could be anything. God, the excitement just keeps piling up and up, doesn't it? No, Jeremy Corbyn's going to say he's going to make an important announcement tomorrow. Is that true?
Yeah, that's tonight, yeah.
Tonight?
Well, he said that tonight.
Oh, he said it tonight?
Trailing it,
and it's 2 p.m. tomorrow. He's going to start another political party, perhaps.
We've got a few idiots in our party.
What a bizarre thing to say. I'm going to make an important announcement at 2 p.m. tomorrow, says Jeremy Corbyn. Does anybody care?
No.
Not really. Is it going to be on TV? Is it going to be on in Trafalgar Square, maybe? Or maybe he's going to walk out of his front door and slash his way through that jungle out that constitutes his front garden and shout at passers-by. Maybe he's going to be the new spokesmodel for the government's advice about the coronavirus.
Emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
Here's a call in Enfield. Hello, Anne.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. I'd just like to go back to the fish issue.
The fish issue?
The fish issue, which is quite easy to say as you've got your teeth in. But I remember the first time I listened to your show, there was a chap who called in from Baker Street on a Friday night, and he was very, very angry, and he said, it's all your fault.
Right, well, I'd be angry if I was stuck on Baker Street on a Friday night. There's nothing there.
Yeah. No, there's not even any decent pubs, is there?
Isn't that weird? There's no song that's more famous about the London road than Baker Street by Jerry Rafferty. I mean, I bet that somewhere in the world it's being played at this very minute, and the next minute, and the minute after. I bet it's on 24 hours a day somewhere.
Yeah, and it's so boring.
It's
very
the worst,
tracks.
one of the worst roads.
The street's boring, but very good tracks.
With the greatest song, yeah.
Yeah. So we're in agreement on that. Well, the poor chap, he couldn't get any fish fingers or any potatoes in Sainsbury's, and he was really looking forward to his fish and chips that night, and he said, it's all your fault, Nick.
What?
I don't know why it was your fault, but it was all your fault, apparently.
Well, that seems reasonable.
This might get blamed on you as well.
Yeah, well, I expect so. I'd like to apologise.
I am very
be
sorry
prepared.
that I screwed up.
Huh?
Be prepared for the onslaught that's going to come your way.
Believe me, I have
And also,
huge experience
actually,
of
you
dealing
could
with
run
an
away.
onslaught.
You could go and live with Carol in France.
Oh, God, no.
Oh, you could.
No, we'd kill each other after about 5 minutes.
fair
Sharing
enough.
a flat. Flatmates, me and Carol McGiffin. What do you think, Carol?
No.
See,
Doesn't she live in a vineyard or something?
I don't really know where she lives. She lives in a house
Well,
in the
she
middle.
should live in a vineyard, shouldn't
Yeah,
she?
she should,
From the way you speak about her.
Right. No, I think she lives in the middle of nowhere in the south of France somewhere, in a place that I can't pronounce.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I just wanted to warn you, just to, prepare yourself. There
All
are
right.
gunboats in the channel, but just be prepared in case it all comes your way.
All right, will do. Thanks for the good advice. Always be prepared and be polite.
Be polite!
Or I'll kill you. Yeah, I do a podcast with me and Carol McGiffin, and we try to solve people's problems. We have so much fun doing it. I actually look forward to doing it every week with Carol McGiffin. Let me rephrase that. I look forward to doing the podcast with Carol McGiffin every week.
Oh, right, yeah.
And it's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? If you want us to have a bash at your problem, we do actually try to solve people's problems, but sometimes we forget because we're having too much fun. But we try. The one that's coming out on Monday, we address the fact that the podcast keeps getting longer and the amount of problems that we try to solve keeps getting smaller. So we've actually addressed that issue, and we've helped many more people than we have over the past few episodes. So we're starting to pack them in, because that's what Jesus would want on his birthday. It's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? If you want us to have a bash at your problem, NickAndCarol @global.com. Nick and Carol @global.com. That's where to send your problem, and we will sort it. You can get that podcast where you get good podcasts. Ask for it on an internet near you. What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? And prepare to be completely satisfied.
Yeah.
0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Let's have Southampton. Andy.
Good evening.
Andy.
So, the EU got a little bit of a divorce bill. So they've got a bit of a settlement at the moment, haven't they?
What do you mean?
Theresa May's deal, the divorce bill, they were going to get a load of money. But if there is a no deal come tomorrow night, they won't get that. So it's in their best interest to get a deal.
Yeah, I think it's peanuts.
Well, it's a big deal to them. So
Not really.
the other thing is, when you say we're just a little country and we've got nothing in the world...
Well, I didn't say that. But compared to giant trading blocs, which all countries on Earth are organising themselves into...
Which countries are mounting up together?
Which?
Yeah.
Well, it'd be easier to say which aren't.
Well, the EU. They're one big bloc, European
That's
Union.
right, yeah.
And that's it. China, Japan, separate. Canada and USA don't like each other.
Wow. The stuff you know about the trading blocs, you could write in the back of a stamp, mate.
You keep going on about it, mate. What's your point?
And you're not listening to me. I do keep going on about it, and you haven't listened to a word one. God, this is an educational show, isn't it?
Yes.
It actually, every now and again, is. But you are listening with your mouth, not your ears. Pay attention. You might learn something. God. 0345 6060 973. I'm up to my eyeballs with stupid, Andy. Call again next week. Maybe there'll be an opening. Do I really need to go through that again? God. It's painful. It actually is painful. It is giving me jip. Here is a list. Detailed files. Trading blocks. You want trading blocks? I got them. Are you paying attention, Andy? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Go on.
There you go. Go on. It's more or less a yes, isn't it? So there's the EU. You're familiar with the EU? Yes. Then there's the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. 10 Southeast Asian countries, plus South Korea, China, Japan, Australia and New Zealand. So you're completely wrong about that. China and Japan are in a hot love affair at the moment.
I don't think so.
I do think so. It's called RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. They're in the same trading bloc.
It's everything.
I don't think so. Oh, my God. You see what we're up against here? I've just told him that they're in a trading bloc, and his response is, I don't think so. Because he knows better than Japan and China. I don't think so. I mean, where do you go from that? The Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership is a trading bloc made up of 10 Southeast Asian countries, plus South Korea, China, Japan, Australia and New Zealand. Together, they make up nearly a third of the world's population and account for 29% of global gross domestic product. And his response was, I don't think so. What can you do with that? Morons. We're surrounded by morons.
I'm taking you off the air. I think you're having a breakdown.
Is that what this is? I know it had to be something. I'm having a breakdown. Well, thank goodness for that. That's splained it. Here's a call in France, Poitou-Charentes. Bonsoir, Sally.
Bonsoir, mon cher. Ça va?
Yeah, bien, merci.
Are you checking your blood pressure?
Well, I better not.
No, it wouldn't be a good idea, would it?
For fear of what I might find.
Oh, dear.
And
yes. It's hilarious up to a point. And then it gets very painful.
Well, it does, a little bit painful, yeah.
Yes.
That's going to go down as one of the best answers in history. I explained that they're in a trading agreement, and his response was, I don't think so. Great.
Well, they definitely are. That's for sure.
Well, he doesn't think so, so maybe they're not.
They definitely are.
Right.
Anyway.
But just because it's true, Sally, doesn't mean to say it's a fact.
It's a fact,
yeah.
Indeed. One fact I was ringing,
about. I've been curious for some time about why people are not focusing in also on the fact that even though there may be no deal, there still will be an Ireland who can fish in British waters, and they are part of the EU.
Well, you know what's interesting is that if you look at where... Hang on, I'm going to cough. If you look at where we catch our fish, it's actually... If you want to get really picky about it, it's not English fish, most certainly. It's Scottish fish is what we catch. It's Scottish fish.
Indeed. And you know, Ireland has the right to fish in British waters following the Irish settlement.
Right.
So, you know, British waters will still have EU fishermen in them legally.
Do the French eat a lot of mackerel and herring? Because I thought that was a Danish thing.
There's a fair bit of mackerel, but it tends to be either very fresh, or and that's in Normandy, or in my part of France, we get a lot of, kind of smoked with pepper.
Right. Because the Danish, or is it the Swedes, one of those tall, blonde peoples, they eat pickled herring for breakfast. Oh, my God.
Disgusting.
Can you imagine waking up to pickled herring?
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. But that's what we catch round our way, herring and mackerel. That's by far the biggest catch of fish round British waters. And my understanding was that we sold it to the French. What do you do with it?
Well, I don't know, because I think it's more northern France.
Right.
I mean, you know, I only breeze past the fish counter, very rarely, but it depends which supermarket I'm in. But being a vegetarian, obviously I don't stop. But
are you an actual vegetarian? Because I was a vegetarian for 20 years, but I still ate fish, because fish are mostly vegetables.
No, well, then you're pescatarian, aren't you, really?
Right.
No, I don't eat fish. But the thing is, you know, I don't know. What I mostly see when I go in the chill cabinet is salmon.
Yeah.
Caught in the Atlantic.
Yes. And farmed. There's a big deal on farmed salmon. Not deal, but there's a big market in farmed salmon, which never really appealed to me that much. Just swimming lazily around and around in a tank of their own effluent.
Yes, it doesn't sound good, does it? but then a lot of food production is probably
just
not to be delved into too much.
Exactly, yeah. Better not look into it, just eat it. Close your eyes and open your mouth, yeah.
Indeed. Incidentally, last night, a lady was talking, or she mentioned Rod Stewart. If you hear strange noises, it's my cat coughing. He drank water too quickly.
Oh, yeah, I know that, yeah.
Yes.
I didn't think it was possible for a cat to drink water too quickly, because they take it on their tongues, and they use their tongues like a spoon, don't they? And they just sort of...
but I think it goes on the back of the throat.
Really?
Well,
that's...
coughing.
Are you sure it's not a hairball?
No, not a hairball, because he gets groomed every night.
Right.
So, and he hasn't been washing since he came in anyway.
Oh.
He got too tired.
Too tired.
Yeah, there was a lady last night talking about Rod Stewart.
Yeah.
And I think she was referring to him in the 70s, because I actually met him trying to work it out. It must have been 1964.
Right.
This is before he was famous.
Yeah.
And he actually made a record. I mean, when they do, kind of the discography of people, when they do his, they forget his very first record.
Which was?
Up Above My Head, I Hear Music in the Air.
Oh, I've never heard of it.
Right, well, I did have a copy at one point, but it got lost somewhere.
Well, I would suggest that's probably a lot of money you just lost there.
Well, indeed. It's a song by Sister Rosetta Tharpe,
Okay.
and he recorded it with Long John Baldry.
Right.
And on the B side, I do remember is or was "Good Morning, Little Schoolgirl."
Uh-huh. Well, let's not go there.
Well, no.
But wasn't one of his first, wasn't it Boulevard of Broken Dreams, something like that, or under a different name?
I don't know about that.
This is just guesswork now.
Yeah, but it would have been 1964 that I came across him, because I was living in Earl's Court then.
One of the greatest rock voices that this country has ever produced, but he went sort of showbiz and Vegas, didn't he? I mean, I know he had his nodules cleaned or whatever it is. He had some sort of throat problem, didn't he? And so he couldn't bellow like he used to. But, goodness me, when he was with the Faces and the early stuff, before he, all that "Do You Think I'm Sexy" nonsense.
Yeah.
Although it's a good tune, I mean, I suppose it sold millions of copies, and so you can't argue with that. But what a voice! I mean, absolutely phenomenal.
Indeed, but it's strange how people's perception seems to be mainly in the 70s, when in fact, he spent a long time in the 60s.
Yeah. So what was he like when you met him?
Well, he had no money.
Okay.
Because I used to go around with a group of people who, we all kind of intermingled in the 60s.
Oh, intermingled?
Disgusting. Yeah,
really?
Well, you know how it was.
Yes. Well, no, I don't.
Okay. And people used to club together to buy him a meal.
Oh.
And it was always mulligatawny soup, followed by chicken biryani.
Really?
But I mean, the thing is about him saving his money was mostly to buy clothes. I mean,
I was going to say he had no money, but I bet he looked sharp.
Well, yeah, I remember in particular.
Rod the Mod, yeah.
A three-piece Air Force Navy blue mohair suit.
Wow.
Which absolutely must have cost a bomb.
So you only bought the essentials, a three-piece mohair navy suit, but we couldn't afford food.
No, that's quite right.
You got your priorities straight, Rod.
Pardon?
I'm saying he really knew what to spend his cash on. Yeah.
Yes, and he used to borrow his mother's perfume.
Right.
No aftershave.
Yeah. Right.
No. I mean, that's it. I'm not saying any more.
Okay. Well, we'll draw a veil over it. But my imagination is running wild.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
But there is one thing about David Bowie.
Yeah, you were intermingling with him as well.
No. I do have a vague collection, but it's not a personal one. No, he actually wrote, I forget where, but it's included in a book that I've actually got. And he doesn't remember 1975 at all.
Well, because wasn't that when he was touring America and he was up to his eyeballs in cocaine?
I would guess so.
Yeah.
But it's actually a quote in a book. And it says he doesn't remember it at all. At all.
At all. Yeah, there's no doubt it. Not one single second can he recall. Or could he recall, of course. Best death ever. Let me say that for the 100th time. David Bowie, best death ever. Thanks very much, Sally. Mark texts, "You're welcome to our Scottish fish. We don't eat that healthy rubbish. We'll swap you for a load of square sausage." Oh, my God. I remember those. Oh. I mean, the Bridies were bad enough. Because I went to school in Edinburgh. And we used to go down to the chip shop. If you haven't had the delights that is an Edinburgh fish supper, then you ain't lived. Because it doesn't come with vinegar, it comes with brown sauce. Do you want brown sauce?
Yes.
Absolutely, I do. And then you need a shower afterwards because you are sticky from head to foot. But the alternative to that was a square sausage. Talk about mystery meat. What was that stuff? It was oh, God, take that away. I do not want to see a picture of that. Take it off my screen right now. I mean it. Yeah. Deep fried square sausage. Oh. But the worst, worse than a bridie, Scotch pie. I couldn't stay in the same shop as a Scotch pie. I mean, what was in that? People. You're eating people. Tottenham, hello, Saul.
Oh, hello. I thought I'd give you a bell tonight because just a couple of things just irritated me.
Give me a bell. Go ahead.
I haven't heard Big Ben in ages. Blimmin' heck.
Yeah, there it is.
I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God, it's brought back memories of going up into London.
Of course.
I forgot everything I was going to say now. Yes, that was it. So the pound's dropped a quarter, but I'm actually doing quite well off that.
Great. Well done, you.
I'm selling lots of stuff to the USA. They love all buying things from here. They just love buying stuff.
Yeah, because it's like we're giving it away.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, is that the UK, it's very easy to start a business here, and you can make stuff here, and it's unusually easy compared to other European countries. You can start a business, you can make stuff, and you can get it out there quick.
Stuff? What stuff?
Any stuff. You can start trading of your own business and making things here extremely quickly in comparison to some other places I've seen. And I've just started a new business, and I'm selling stuff. And
stuff? What stuff are you selling?
Oh, okay. I sell musical instruments.
Right.
And I'm selling them. My biggest customer.
What musical instruments are you selling?
I make musical instruments out of recycled materials.
Really?
Yeah.
What kind of materials?
Everything you source from scrap yards, scrap merchants. I find it all, and I fabricate it, and I make it into a musical instrument, and I sell it.
Are these percussive musical instruments?
Yes.
Have you got one to hand?
Oh, God.
It's either yes or no.
I was going to moan at you.
Go on, let's hear it. Give us a tune.
Well, I haven't got...
Oh, come on, stop making excuses.
Yes. Hang on a minute.
Yes.
I've got one. It's normally bowed, but you can hear it played with a pencil.
Right, go on then.
Hang on. But
if
I play, I've still got something else I want to slightly moan at.
Have you started yet?
Hold on, this is one of the instruments I make.
Right, here we go. Wow, it's like listening to "Saucer Full of Secrets" by Pink Floyd. That was outstanding.
I put that on the blurb. I'm going to use that actually.
Yeah.
Anyway, the thing I wanted to say is that it's a good time to export, and I think there's a lot of services we offer here that can be cheap. I was chatting to a friend of mine the other day who's a tour manager, and Britain is brilliant at exporting music, but there's loads of people that understand the music business. And as a tour manager, he's getting loads of work outside the UK.
How is he getting work? There's no such thing as a tour anymore.
No, but I'm not sorry. I backtrack a bit, but before the pounds dropped way earlier than before the COVID situation. But before that, he started to get loads of work outside of the UK and in the US because it was dirt cheap to hire a tour manager from here.
Yes, of course. If the pound is cheaper, then it will make goods more attractive when selling abroad. However, we don't only do that; we import too. And so everything is much more expensive to import than it used to be. I mean, if we only exported stuff and bought things that were made in this country, then it wouldn't really matter. But we're a trading nation, so it matters a lot.
Yes, that's good, because I want to just come on to the sort of import side of things and trading blocks. One thing is, you mentioned this RCEP thing. I thought I'd go and do a fact check. That's just been created, and they haven't even ratified it yet. It's just like a sort of agreement in principle. So I think that's a bit hot quick off the press, I think.
No, not really. It has become the biggest trading. It's supplanted.
It's not trading yet. It's not trading.
It doesn't really matter. It's supplanted.
It does.
Of course it does.
It's just an agreement in principle. It hasn't been signed off by half the countries.
All right. Okay. So if World War III breaks out, then it won't happen.
Anyway,
but
I just thought. That's by the by. But I was just thinking more. I was more interested, right, in the idea about what a trading bloc was, and the idea about the trading bloc is that I was just thinking, what is a trading bloc? And I thought the idea is that you try and find the countries where the making it's cheaper, and then you get a trading bloc with them, so they can make it cheaper.
No. Most trading blocks are organised geographically because that's the thing that makes sense.
But in that look at the trading bloc with America. Mexico is where everything's produced cheaply and then it's sold in America, and it doesn't seem to have changed that. You know what I mean? And it's the same sort of. I mean, the other thing I thought about is that what we're going to import. I mean, let's look at Italian wine. I mean, if I go to Italy to buy a wine, the same wine is going to cost me £3.
Yes. Well, that's not true. In Italy, wine costs £3. Rubbish.
Yeah, a decent bottle of wine is about £3.
Rubbish.
No, it's not rubbish. It's very good wine.
It is rubbish.
It's very good wine.
Nonsense.
It's very good wine.
There's no such thing as good wine that comes at £3.
In Italy, there is. Amazingly.
It's not true.
Yes, it is. I buy a bottle of Nero d'Avola in Sicily for £3. It's fantastic.
Well,
actually, it's €3.
Well, your idea of what is and is not fantastic wine is way wide of the mark. The bottle and the label and the transport and the manufacturing and the storage cost £3. You basically bought a bottle of wine, the contents of which are a penny.
Look, my point is that I like.
You mean it can get you drunk?
No, my point is that a lot of the reason why it's expensive. People say, it might be more expensive, and whatnot. But actually, a lot of that stuff is tax, and we can lower that. And in terms of goods, we buy a lot of stuff from China, and that's all. All the prices are limited by the EU. So if we're out of that, most of our stuff comes from China anyway. We're probably going to get a better deal. If we just look at the things we buy, like what is it?
You think we're going to get a better deal with China than the European Union?
No, we buy a lot of stuff from China, but it has to come through the European trade laws and everything like that. But if we're out of that, then we're not subject to any of those common prices that we have to pay. And let's look at cars. Cars are going out into 8 years' time. All these German cars. People aren't going to be into them anymore. You can't even drive a car in London anymore. I mean, the Sadiq Khan is going to...
Millions of people drive cars in London. I drive a car in London. What are you talking about?
It's all going to stop.
It's all going to stop. Well, how are we going to get around?
You ask Sadiq Khan, because he's going to be putting so many charges...
Sadiq Khan is not going to be in charge forevermore, and he's not going to stop people driving in London. Good grief.
He is. He's going to put charges
he isn't.
everywhere.
Oh, okay. All right. Sadiq Khan's going to stop people driving in London. I think by jumping to the extreme point of all of your arguments, you're rather shooting yourself in the foot. It just makes me, and I'm sure a lot of people listening, think that you're not making any sense because you just jump to the extreme point of an argument rather than in the middle somewhere, which is probably where the truth lies. Sadiq Khan is not going to stop everybody driving in London. How the hell will we get around? Of course he isn't. But anyway, better luck next time. Nice instrument, by the way. I'm sure it looks nice.
Well, I've kind of always... I've kind of drifted towards the Peter Hitchens kind of side of the argument where I've always wanted to leave the EU, but maybe the referendum wasn't a great idea. Rather do it constitutionally where you get a government to leave. But
never ask the people what they think, because the danger is they might tell you.
No, I don't mean that. It's just that we've created a mess kind of thing. But when I saw the referendum and Boris and Michael Gove were in charge, I just thought, oh God, I thought we were going to lose, because Boris is a pathological liar and Gove is a... Well,
but what, apart from everything he has ever said and done, leads you to that conclusion?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, I got my kind of EU arguments from people like Tony Benn And when it came to trade, I always thought there's good arguments on both sides to leave or to stay. I think that was up in the air, and I'm not a fanatic with regards to leaving, but and I'm just worried that I wanted to leave the EU, but I just don't trust our political system. I think it's so corrupt, and I just don't trust them to do what's best for this country.
Yes.
It's not been about winning for me. It's been about wanting what's best for the country.
That's always been in the back of my mind, that being part of the European Union meant that our government was overseen by a larger body that was a sort of a rainbow coalition of interested parties, rather than being allowed to do whatever they bloomin' well like for 5 years in pretty much complete secrecy. And I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw them. I want our lot overseen by some by some body that is less tainted with corruption.
Yeah, I just don't trust the EU either. I'm not in that. I don't trust any. I do want that sovereignty away from trade, and I get the argument that with the single market and stuff that that's so important to everything. It's complicated, all of that stuff. But there's
that word again. There's that word again. Sovereignty. What on earth does that mean? I think people take it to mean that they will get what they as individuals want, but it doesn't mean that at all.
Well, say for COVID, for example, say if like the EU is going for that sort of political dominance over every country, and say Sweden wanted to do a different measure or something like they've done, and then the EU takes over, or just any country in Europe, and they're like, sorry, you can't. Everyone has to have the same. I just hear that kind of way, and
yes, but that hasn't happened though. I mean,
no, it hasn't.
That scenario does not exist in real life.
No, but I can see it going in that direction. That's always been my fear.
But that's just a fantasy. That's just something you just made up.
Not really, because
of course it is.
People. Well, take the military unification, the EU Defence Union. Nick Clegg said that was a fantasy about an EU army, but the EU Defence Union is a thing.
So's the UN. I mean, they haven't taken over the world.
No, I know they haven't taken over the world, but I definitely see the EU Defence Union as more dangerous than the UN.
Why dangerous? I mean, you can't possibly think that Europe is going to form an army and then take over itself.
Not an army. It's just I don't want my foreign policy, our foreign policy, to be decided in Brussels. I just want
but this notion that Brussels are deciding unilaterally to do this, that, and the other is nonsense, because they only decide things that are decided by all of the countries.
Yeah, but von der Leyen even said about that she wants to get rid of the veto power, and that's it. We shouldn't be naive about it. Can you not understand my answer?
No, not really. You seem to have taken what is actually a democratic process and twisted it to some imagined future where the absolute worst can happen, and you want to leave because of that future that you just made up. I mean, you seem like a reasonable person, Chris, but I don't get what you're frightened of, other than this, other than your own imagination. Well, you're frightening me. Thanks a lot, mate. Got to move on. 0345 6060 973. Brighton. Hello, John.
Hello there, Nick.
Hello there, John.
Yeah. No, there was this other thing that's come, another bombshell that's come this week.
Oh, my God, not another one.
Yeah, it's like, you wonder whether anyone thinks of anything about this Brexit and what might happen. And then suddenly it appears in the news that if we don't get a deal, we might not be allowed to go to Europe anyway with the COVID restrictions.
Yeah.
Because won't be part of Europe, so we'll be subject to the rules for countries outside Europe.
Yeah, it'll be a foreign country, yeah. You'll be locked out of your second home.
Yeah, it's just sort of bizarre. You think you've been part of Europe for years, just over the English Channel, and then people won't, Britons won't be allowed to go to Europe during these COVID restrictions, sort of thing.
Yeah, there was some crowing about, from Remainers who thought that it was amusing that people who are expats in Europe, you've decided to retire there, they were moaning about the fact that now they'll be subject to rules, which means that they won't be able to actually live there. They'll have to spend 3 months there and then 3 months back here and 3 months back there. But but it's not good to gloat over that, because those people, by and large, voted to remain in the European Union because it was in their interest, because that's where they were living.
Yep. It's just like these various unintended consequences that people that affect people in different ways that people haven't thought of.
That's exactly right. The law of unintended consequences. Precisely. Yeah. What is that noise in the background?
That's an alarm.
Is it?
Yes.
Sounds like a cat.
I think it's it's just a cockerel thing, alarm thing. I have to do something. I have to do some downloads. So.
Right. And your alarm is the sound of a cockerel?
No, that's one of them. That's one of the alarms.
Right.
It's the final one before 1 a.m. 5 minutes before 1 a.m. So.
Right, so it goes in a sort of like a rising crescendo of different animal noises. It's like a farmyard going on over there.
I think it's a cockerel alarm, yeah.
Huh. Okay, well, I better not hold you back.
Yeah, okay then.
All right, thanks a lot, mate. Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. So it looks like we're going into a cod war. Isn't that exciting?
Yes.
Well, actually, it is. Because we'll have something on the news that is not the virus and blooming charts and numbers and death statistics. Of course, there will be death statistics if it actually works out like a war, but not in our immediate future. Probably not till the new year, because there's Christmas, and you don't want to start a war at Christmas, Jesus' birthday. So it's another cod war. Can you believe it? Now, people of a certain age will remember the cod wars from the first time around. I vaguely do. I mean, I wasn't really interested in politics, and I certainly wasn't interested in fish, unless it came in the shape of a finger. Because this was ages ago now. The cod wars were it was us and Iceland, not the shop, the place. Wherever that is, Iceland versus us, about fishing rights in the North Atlantic, because that's where the cod are. All that tasteless fish that we love so much. And there were 4 of them up to like 1976, I think, something like that. And so that was us, Britannia of the high seas, lord of all we surveyed. 55 million fish fans at the time in this country. 55 million of us. We had 37 Royal Navy gunships, and we picked a spat about sprats with a country of 207,000 people. So there was 55 million of us and 207,000 Icelanders. People in funny jumpers with unpronounceable names. And a navy that amounted to 2 tugboats and a bright yellow rubber duck bath toy. And we still lost. We lost the lot. 3-0 to Iceland. And the last one was in 76. Mind you, I think that it's reasonable to say that in 1976 we had an excuse. We were busy. We were busy creating the music that caused the revolution. And we mean it, man.
Rock and roll!
So let's not go there again, because our results so far, poor. I mean, Iceland we lost to. That's embarrassing. Is this the same bloke that I just talked to? Huh?
He's still there.
He's still there. You still there, John?
Hello?
Ecstasy of fumbling. How did your thing go?
Hello? Are you still with?
Yes. You've got to hang up on me. It can't go the other way around. You have to hang up on me. I've never asked anybody to do this before, but please hang up on me. I'm begging you. We appreciate your cooperation.
Thank you.